Testing, testing. Good evening, afternoon, morning, ladies and gentlemen, depending on what time it is when you are watching. It is currently midday precisely here. That is completely irrelevant. Anyway, doing another Clear in My Head video. This one's about world peace, which sounds a little bit mental. And maybe that's because I am. Bloop, 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 bloop. But yeah, just some notes, shall we say. So let's jump straight in. These are some that I already wrote down. My plan on this video is just to basically go through all my phone notes. Similar to the mental health thing that I did the video on, there'll probably be quite a bit of repeats because I tend to think of the same things, but then I'm not sure whether I've written them down or maybe I think, this time I've phrased it a little bit better. So I end up writing that down as well. But anyway, let's see what we've got so far. First question is, what do we mean by world peace? It's often people-centric, which is true. So I guess what's the best, most positive version of world peace we can think of? Probably involves all of sentience, either reduced or complete lack of suffering, sentient suffering, something like that. Sentient suffering, at the very least, severe suffering. Of course, with relativity, we might need a little bit in order to truly appreciate not suffering. But obviously, the definitely the severe suffering we could attempt to remove. That would be nice, I think. So yeah, these are notes I wrote down already. There's 8 pages of them, so I won't go through them all. I'm literally just going to do the first kind of page, and then I'll start writing down the notes, and then eventually I'll come back to these and have a look at what they are. But yeah, 2018 I wrote this, but I've been thinking about this kind of crap since 2017, I think, 16 maybe even a little bit before. I can't remember. There was some documents that are supposed to be precursors to this one, so I probably should have gone through them first, but never mind. Reasons for conflict: ideological differences, envy, jealousy, resentment due to inequality, lack of resources perceived or real. I think I'm missing some there because obviously there's some kind of like mental illness involving problems with self-control and or empathy. Although if someone has problems with self-control and has lots of empathy, will they ever do something to cause other people severe suffering? There's a lot of context to think about. But yeah, we'll leave that in there for now anyway. How to achieve: recognize that free will doesn't exist, inevitability does exist, therefore a person's beliefs are not really their fault. Beliefs and actions, or shall we say reactions, not really their fault. Any disagreements with their beliefs / reactions are more likely to be amicably resolved, as no one is really to blame. Also, recognizing when we're being abrasive ourselves will help with this. So that sounds possibly, if you're like me when did I think about this, 2017-ish, probably sounds a little bit mental straight off the bat, but the idea that free will doesn't exist seems kind of logical to me, which is something I thought about a little while back, and apparently a lot of other people have already thought about it, so once again, I've never had an original thought. But basically, we think we have free will because we can kind of control what we're doing. For example, I'm moving my hand right now, and I can choose to move it even more if I want. But of course, all our beliefs are actions or reactions, and perceptions, etc., are all based upon the brain development, and we weren't in charge of how our brains developed throughout our lives. We only seem to develop control at a certain age, and of course that control is all based entirely upon the pre-developed neurology. Hopefully that makes sense. So essentially any control that we do have is actually out of our control, based upon the things that came prior. But I think that helps a lot, because obviously there's a lot of blame that goes around and grudges and things like that, which hopefully this should help with, because if we can look at a person's actions or beliefs that we disagree with, we may still continue to disagree with them, but at least we can see that they weren't fundamentally to blame for them. So I kind of see it as like, you know, those domino setups where you can kind of flick a domino and it goes. And if you were to zoom in on one domino, there'd be more domino setups, and if you were to zoom out, there'd be more. So I think it was like fractalian dominoes, essentially. So we're essentially one of those dominoes within those setups. So getting angry at someone for something they've done or something they believe is kind of like getting angry at one of the dominoes, which I guess is kind of understandable if you've spent a long time setting up a domino and one of them, you accidentally knock one, like, oh, bloody hell. But yeah, anyway, I think that's enough on that. Hope that makes sense. Please do let me know in the comments if anything doesn't make sense, and I will endeavour to clarify the position further in the future tense. Reduce our resource consumption where possible without reducing happiness, contentment. See the minimalists, making it more likely to have sufficient resources for everyone. So yeah, one of the problems was lack of resources, whether perceived or real, which I think is kind of interesting, because even if we have enough resources, if enough people perceive, or even one person perceives there not to be enough resources, or not to be enough resources in the near future or long-term future even, that can cause issues. And I think one of the main, that's kind of an obvious one, like reducing our demand essentially, but at the moment our system kind of encourages more consumption, more burning through resources. You hear phrases like, oh, I've got to keep the economy going, and which, although it can mean some other things, tends to be essentially, if you boil it down, burn through more resources. There was a policy during the pandemic, or like, it was during the pandemic in the UK, where it was like eat out to help out, which again, if you boil it down, is essentially increase our demand in order to help out. Like, how does that help out? And of course, the reason it helps out is because the system's kind of a bit crap at the moment, in that everyone has to essentially, there's a gun to everyone's head, a figurative gun to everyone's head, saying, you know, you need to work a lot of hours, otherwise you're going to be not in a very good state. And of course that causes issues, which is why those kind of policies crop up, because essentially more demand means more jobs. That's another narrative that's kind of fuels the same thing. Job creation's good. Create more jobs. We must create more jobs. But that's all because of the figurative gun to people's heads. So it's kind of like, rather than all this emphasis on creating more jobs and doing all this stuff, like, the emphasis I would say should be on trying to reduce demand and then providing a safety net for people so that they don't have the figurative gun to their head, or at least the pressure is lessened. I'll come up with better ways of saying that in the future, no doubt, or worse ways. Who knows? Might regress. Hope that makes sense anyway. Essentially, we should reduce our demand and get the system into a position where it's not encouraging us to increase our demand in order to help. That doesn't make sense. Help create the conditions that allow other people to reduce their resource consumption without reducing happiness, contentment. Whilst doing this, we should recognise that a portion of the population won't be prepared to do anything to help others, even if it means very little or no detraction from their own lives. Show the spectrum of compassion. So this is one of the previous documents I should have done before, but this is all stuff I wrote ages ago as well, so it's like I'm kind of trying to remember it at the same time. Interacts with a spectrum of motivation to help / care for others purely because they lack sufficient compassion, once again through no fault of their own, to do so. In fact, the only way to get these people to act seemingly selflessly is to create conditions whereby acting selfishly does them more harm than good, bearing in mind our incentives discussed in the previous video. There was no previous video. What am I talking about? So people who lack sufficient compassion, essentially the label for those would be sociopath or psychopath, but obviously they're very stereotypical labels, which is another issue. Spread the message, because the more people that know about this, the quicker we'll be able to move towards world peace. Right, I'll leave that there for now. Just check my blood sugars. Okay, we're good. I'll skip through all this stuff for now, as I say, and then we'll come back to it at some other point. Why does it do that horrible thing there? There we go. Right, so we'll go from oldest notes to newest notes, I guess. World peace. Resource availability, not scarcity. Perception of similarity, not difference. Or acceptance of difference if differences are superficial. Innocence v blame. So again, the innocence versus blame is the relative to the philosophy of chill, as I called it, or the no free will. Mental well-being. So it's more specifically in regards to self-control, empathy, compassion. Environmental well-being. Conducive to mental well-being, because they interact. Including the above. So a lot of these will be in like note form. Resources and education about similarities and differences. Blame and innocence. Self-control, positive. Coping mechanisms. Reactions, nutrition. Pedagogy. Meta-learning. Etc. That's that note done. Delete. Next one. So these notes are from like, I probably should have wrote the date, sometime in 2020. Ish. I didn't see that one. Why doesn't it delete? This notes document is weird. When you press delete and it still pops up. So this is World Peace in a Seed Shell, which I did a full article on WordPress. So this might have been notes for that. I can't remember now. This might have been notes that I wrote after it. Facilitate increased contribution, reduced consumption, and a larger sphere of compassion. What? Or sphere of care. What's my contribution versus consumption like? How can I improve it? What about sphere of compassion? Yeah, so I use the sphere of compassion a lot in the notes. It sounds a bit kind of la-di-da. So I came with something else, which is a circle of care, and then circle of contribution, circle of consumption, and the circle of life. No, which acronymed would be this. So as long as we've got sufficiently sized cocks, word peace should be a doddle. Oh dear. Oh, I had something else as well. What was it? Facilitate. I can't remember what it was now. I've probably written it down in another note somewhere. Facilitate universal consciousness. No, No, yeah, okay. It was consciousness. Collective consciousness. There we go. Oh dear. Okay, let's continue with this note. That's stuff I came up with much later on. How do my reactions influence other people's contribution, consumption, and sphere of compassion? Or how do my reactions influence other people's cocks? And how can I improve them? How can I improve them? So this is kind of like vicarious, so it could be considered vicarious contribution, consumption, compassion. Because obviously our interactions with other people also influence their kind of positions on these things, as well as vice versa. And last but not least, what about the people I vote for? So, as usual, politics comes into everything. That's that one done. Carrot and stick. Freedom, social status, enjoyment. Carrot. vs reduced lack of the above. Intensity. Elixir of life. And contentment. Ooh, can't spell. It's an eternity of stepping on plugs and Lego whilst having an eyelash in our eye. Which one I'd prefer? Use carrot as much as possible since we're all fundamentally innocent. So that's the philosophy of chill. Just do philosophy of chill. Which I also did an article on in the WordPress. But yeah, that's essentially the lack of free will thing. So that's, what's that? Try not to punish innocent people, but some protective measures are inherently a stick, unfortunately. Reduction slash loss of freedom slash autonomy. Yeah, so for example, if someone has a mental illness which reduces their self-control and empathy, in order to protect other people from said person, that can cause, that's obviously, from that person's perspective, considered a stick. As an example. Carrot and stick for contribution, consumption, and sphere of compassion. Facilitate contribution and larger sphere compassion. Inhibit consumption and smaller. I did that, but yeah, you know, I think I prefer the latter. And behavior as a chemical reaction. Activation energy. Yeah, so that's quite a note for me, that, but I guess that makes sense because they are phone notes. But that's that was just about what I wrote about earlier with the facilitating of these things. I do like this. I remember learning about chemical reactions in science, and back in like year 7, so you know, when you're like 11 to 13, and you think, oh, this is never gonna come in handy in life. Like, why am I learning this? Which is a lot of a thought I've had about a lot of things during school. But then later on, actually, the chemical reaction thing, I find quite a useful kind of model to think about behaviour. Because we can use it to kind of facilitate certain behaviours in ourselves. So, for example, if I wanted to get stronger at pull-ups, I could put the pull-up bar up, and because it's up and in the kind of in the door frame, in the doorway, if I said to myself, oh, well, I'm just going to do one pull-up every time I walk through, I could do that. That's something I should be doing, but of course, as you see, the pull-up bar's just there and not in the doorway. But yeah, it's a good way of kind of tailoring your behaviour, I think. Think of it in terms of how much, if you reduce the activation energy for the behaviours you want and increase the activation energy for the for the behaviours you don't want, then that's a good way of kind of facilitating good behaviour. What? Which sounds kind of authoritarian if it's used by large systems, shall we say. Okay, that's someone done. I feel quite tired today, but I've been putting this off for so long. Got to do it at some point. That was 2021. Jan 2021. This is Feb 2021. School, work, leisure lives. Freedom, autonomy, and good opportunities. But yeah, let us know if any of this doesn't make sense, because at the moment I'm struggling to make sense of it. Because it was written so long ago and I've not thought about some of this stuff for a while. For creative, I just feel like I need to get it out there for some reason. It's like a compulsion almost. Recognition. That's all of the above are relative. Do we need regulations? Those with certain mental illnesses may seek way more at the expense of others. What is excessive to the point of pathology? Where do we draw the line? One of the hardest questions. Regulation comes with bureaucracy, and therefore a drain on the above, as well as a drain. I spelled that wrong now. I'm missing a U. As well as a drain on time, energy and resources, including time, energy, freedom, autonomy, and opportunities for creative input. Values of reasonable, I really can't type today, reasonable contribution and demand, values of sentient, compassion, oh I misspelled there, no right, education that espouses, encourages these values and facilitates the tangible manifestation, the positives, to society, ecology, that doing so will bring. I tend to write a lot different than I talk. It facilitates the tangible manifestation, what? Okay, March 2021. Time is running out for world peace, or as close as we can get to it. Climate change, pollution, and their consumptive repercussions, as well as the drive for increased consumption generally, will likely put a stop to chances through exponential reduction in resource availability. And then of course we've got the potential issues. Potential issues is, I'm just adding this note myself, potential issues with AI, noise generation, shall we say. Noise generation with the potential to undermine trust and even knowledge. It's obviously not a good thing. Time's running out. Great song by Muse. So I'll delete that one. But yeah, with the AI, what I mean by noise generation is if AI continues to develop as well as it has been, or even better than it has been, then people can use that to generate things that seem legit when they're not. So, for example, studies, and you could get the AI to generate thousands of studies in a lot less time than a person can, and then just pump them out to the internet, and then before you know it, no one knows what's real. No one knows what's true, which will become increasingly difficult for future generations, because if you're born into it, then that's even harder to kind of discern what's real and what's not, what's trustworthy and what's not. It's already difficult enough for these generations, I think. But yeah, I do think there's a lot of potential good that can come out of AI as well, though. Right, so this is also March 2021, different note though. March 2021. And also with climate change, obviously there's still a lot of people that don't believe in it, but even if we don't believe in it, the things that are said to cause it, most people should be against anyway, because it's things that involve pollution and a reduction in people's time and energy. And from the people I know, they quite like time and energy and aren't too fond of pollution. Quite like clean air and water and food and whatnot. Tends to be good for health. Resource availability. So yeah, as I said, this might involve some repetition there. Perception. Oh my god. Perception of resource availability. I'm really struggling today. But I'm not going to use it as an excuse to stop. Include decent amount of free time, energy, and then once again, sphere of compassion. Delete. This is April 2021. I might not necessarily agree with everything I write here as well, and maybe I've changed my mind in the last few years. What's this? World peace ideas. So far though, I do agree. Put postcode into a website and it gives a rough idea as to what food / other products / services are better, worse, biologically, ecologically. So that's to increase consumer knowledge of what we're paying for, essentially, including externalities, to at least a better extent than we currently do. Because a lot of things are subsidised, so we don't really know the true cost. And externalities are often left out of businesses because, well, I guess the butterfly effect, you can't really account for everything. But we don't really account for a lot. At least to a better extent. The only problem with that idea is that problem with that idea is that it would require quite a lot of bureaucracy, because people would have to research it, and then you have to keep tabs on it to make sure it's right or not. But this is the idea, basically: increase consumer knowledge of repercussions of what we're consuming. UBI, so this is Universal Basic Income. I'll do a separate video on this because I did do some pros and cons a while ago, so I'll try and find that document. Universal Basic Income. Coupled with education about the butterfly effects of consumption. Self and other value. Which is mitigate consumption causes by cave mechanisms developed due to the stick of capitalism. Move away from infinite growth system rather than GDP. Use general value as a metric for the effectiveness, success of a society. It's difficult, isn't it? Because happiness fluctuates. I think contentment would be better. Contentment, but again, it's difficult to tell. But we know that GDP is not a great indicator of the actual success, because some countries have a great GDP and terrible mental and physical health problems. So maybe contentment / general health indicators, something like that. Basically, consider what is success, what metrics do we use to determine it. Because a lot of things that are considered success in capitalism involve a lot of consumption, a lot of burning through resources or hoarding resources. That's that one done. I think I'm going to take a little break, so I'll be back momentarily. Testing. Right, we are back. How we doing? Got a cup of tea, so we're sorted. One thing I did want to do, which was to go into the old this thing. It sounds a bit kind of woo-woo-y. Facilitates universal collective consciousness of these things. Okay, I did mention it then. So the things like the amount of consumption, more mindful consumption, one might say. Obviously, it isn't really kind of delved into or dug into in the current system, because the more mindful consumption tends to be related to less consumption. And of course, less consumption is less profits. So with a system based on profit incentive, tends not to kind of incentivize mindful consumption too much. In fact, they'd rather it that people didn't think about consumption at all, and just kind of consumed through the eyeballs. So yeah, I just wanted to quickly mention that. I didn't realise I'd already done that. So I've also found my old phone with some old notes in, so this is going back a little bit. Although actually, weirdly enough, this... The date on it says June 2022, but I've not used this phone for years, so I think this might be the date I've opened it. But anyway. I called it an epiphany, but I won't write that. Addiction, paradigm, capitalism, not necessarily malicious. Water fast gave insights. This must have been back when I did a water fast. 90% of drugs. This isn't really well, food and drugs, not nourishing, or what's considered food in the supermarkets. A lot of it's just a load of kind of junk. I think that's come into the kind of zeitgeist quite a lot recently. There's quite a lot of documentaries and stuff on food and how a lot of it's kind of empty calories with no real kind of value in terms of micronutrients and even macronutrients in some cases. But yeah, so companies compete to make things as, see if I can actually type today. Apparently I can't. It's already off to a good start. As appealing and as addictive as possible in order to make more money so that they can spend more money working out how to make things more appealing and more addictive so that they can sell more things and make more money. So this will be kind of interesting because this was when I was in a job that really made us pretty miserable, to be honest, and wasn't in a great headspace. So we'll see what these notes hold. Health suffers from this paradigm. The future of our and most other species of life is being threatened by this paradigm. Capitalism manufactures addiction. And then I did do a video on mental health, and I think this is related. So depression could be considered anti-addiction, or at least some symptoms of it. We could say that it's a form of rejection of the current system, a reaction on an individual level against the imposition of an unwanted system, like an immune response to a virus. And that's the last of that note, so I can delete that. Bop, bop, pow. I don't know whether to go through these notes because there's a ton of them. I'll have to go through them myself and then kind of, I don't know, somehow filter them. So yeah, we'll go back to the other notes on the other phone. I'll do that in my own time because that's going to take a little while because there's so many. I mean, there's already quite a few in there. World peace. Okay. I don't know why I wrote that. People. An important aspect related to world peace. No shit, Sherlock. Threat perception. Weirdly enough, this one's got like antivirus as well in it. What are the potential threats? Which are more probable? Severe? What can we do about them? So this is kind of, I guess, what our bodies and minds are, at least part of their job, is to seek out threats and try and either get rid of the threats or get ourselves out of the position where we might be threatened. And everyone's kind of making these judgments subconsciously or maybe consciously or maybe some kind of combination of both. And this is obviously a generalization here, but left wing wine, got wine on the mind, tends to be existential threats that they focus on. So things like climate change, racism, sexism, and other isms right wing tends to be other people, though a lot still want to deal with the above isms. Though the further right you go, the more likely they are to be the perpetrators of certain isms. Possibly due to the threat perception just mentioned, as well as potentially other reasons such as superiority / insecurity complex, may be reinforced by family / peers. A lot of our kind of beliefs and things tend to be reinforced by family and peers, or I guess reinforced by people we respect, depending on obviously our situations. Because there's no way I respect my peers. Mates are bloody buffoons. Should include AI in that one for sure, which has a potential to go either utopic or dystopic, and rather quickly as well, depending on which way it goes. This Notes app is a pain in the backside. I have to search through every time. I didn't write what date that was either. Main world problems. Slave owners are hoarding resources. Slaves are encouraged to become slave owners and do the same. Perception difference. So obviously this is a pretty provocative use of language, but essentially a lot of people in the world today are slaves with better working conditions, essentially. Because in terms of autonomy and freedom within the workplace, most people have very little to none. Obviously, it's still a marked improvement from actual kind of, some slavery back in the day, and also some kind of stuff that happens even today, but in other parts of the world. But we can always look to improve, I feel. Right, where were we at? Perception of difference is encouraged through the emphasis of differences via the usage of definitive labels. And this is what I was mentioning before with the stereotypical kind of tribalistic language, which is where we define people based on a label. I'm pretty sure I did it in this video. My problem here is that I've done a couple of attempted videos of maybe not this particular document, but I'm kind of confusing now as to whether I did it in this video or not. But if not, tribalistic labels are things that define people based on a certain aspect of themselves, and sometimes those aspects are negative. So things like physical health problems or mental health problems, we say things like you are asthmatic, you are autistic, you are diabetic. Why don't spring to mind first? Obviously they're all potential health problems or mental health problems, depending on how you look at it. Some people look at autism as pros and cons, so it depends. But yeah, the point of that is that we define the person of it as that label, as that aspect of themselves, because obviously people are made up of many aspects. But it's weird that we're not very consistent with that. We do that with certain things, but then with other things, such as cancer, we don't say people are cancerous, apart from in the online sphere when people use it, of course, but we tend to say someone has cancer if we hear about it. So it's an interesting kind of asymmetry of application there. But yeah, I can't remember if I've already mentioned that in this video or not, so I just thought I'd quickly do it. Consumptive values are encouraged. Apologies if I repeated myself there. Because more consumption is more profits. Even though more consumption also means more biological, psychological, and ecological, all the logical degradation and destruction. Obviously, depending on what we're consuming, can actually improve our lives, but it tends to also have these problems associated with it, even if it's a good product or a good service. Which obviously it all comes back to the mindful consumption thing. More suffering, premature death, and non-existence, as in people that would have existed, people and other animals that would have existed but don't because of it, and a faster transition to extinction. As you can see, this is why I want this stuff out of my head. Capitalism is myopic / short-sighted. That's what that means. Greed kills with speed. Check me with the rhymes. Yeah, I guess when you phrase the thing as the world problems, why is it gone? I need to delete that. When was that? October 2020. I put wine again. I'm obsessed. Don't even drink anymore. October. It's like my subconscious trying to get me back on the alcohol. Deletes. I hope this is a pretty quick one then. So world peace in a condensed seed shell. Reducing tribalism, or maybe should have put negative tribalism. Well, let's just write it down and then edit it afterwards. Through the philosophy of chill, increased contribution and reduced consumption. I don't like this kind of phrasing. Reduced consumption and an expansion of our sphere of compassion. So reducing negative tribalism, because one of the things when I was thinking about tribalism, obviously we're quite tribalistic animals. Whether we should whether I should reject it and try not to be tribalistic, or I think maybe just go with the fact that we're tribalistic and just try and come up with the most positive form of tribe, which I guess is all sentience, and just run with that. I opted for the latter. And the philosophy of chill was the whole no free will. Still sticking with the rhymes, which I'm pretty sure I mentioned, so I won't do that again. But yeah, this is more like, I don't like this phrase, and it should be reduce negative tribalism or increase in positive. Let's rephrase it. Let's rephrase it right now, shall we? Positive tribalism through the philosophy of chill, and a reasonable, don't know about the word reasonable, but I mean it does work, but I think there's better words. Balance between contribution and consumption, and yeah, I think that the last bit works alright. To include all sentience, although there's obviously going to be issues there because there's a balance of perspectives between various areas of sentience, whereby we do one thing and it affects some things positively and some things negatively, so it's bloody hard with the old trolley problem. And of course, as mentioned before, an expansion of our cock. Circle of compassion, circle of care. Ah dear. Right, what else we got? Healthy pathology over time, e.g. considering people. Okay, so this is general thoughts of it. That had darker skin pigmentation as equal used to be pathological, or considered pathological. Considered pathological. Now it's the opposite. So I guess this is cultural ideology of health versus pathology. What the norm is, what's right, what's wrong, what's healthy, what's pathological. So considering those kind of things. Health v pathology. So what are the things that obviously that's one thing that happened in the past. What are things now that we consider healthy or normal that potentially in the future will be considered pathological? In relation to contribution, consumption, and the sphere of compassion. I'll keep using that, sod it. Now versus ideal. Yeah, so that's about the balance between contribution and consumption. What metric should we use to measure contribution and consumption? Type of contribution important, where we direct our time and energy. My phone screen keeps turning off. Be relative to consumption and vice versa. Consider vicarious. I'm pretty sure I did that in a different video, which I don't know if I ever finished. So vicarious consumption, things like our reactions to other people's consumption can facilitate further consumption, or vice versa. Just as one example. Something to be aware of, though not necessarily change. Because I mean, if you came back from holiday and everyone was like, "What the fuck, man? You're gonna went on a holiday," then because of the consumption side of things, then it would be good for consumption probably, but maybe not the best for well-being, unless of course we can achieve better well-being without the holidays, or with less consumptive holidays. The problem is everything lies on the spectrum, doesn't it? It's the continuum conundrum. What have we got here? Sphere, compassion, Hitler or Gandhi. Whatever. Use these two as thingy. Hate, intolerance, eradication versus acceptance, tolerance, friendship, peace. So I guess that'd be war, isn't it? Yeah, when you press delete on these things, it doesn't actually delete them, which is kind of nice that it gives you a buffer to change your mind, but it's not great when you're trying to do something like this. This is probably written when I wasn't too well. A lot of work. What is well, anyway? There's a lot of work these days is a psychological pollutant. I'm adding my own thing here. We're not in a lack of freedom or autonomy, even though there is no free will. The illusion is nice, and is not just nice, but also good for well-being in terms of, especially in things like the workplace where we spend a lot of time. Just test the old blood sugars. Holy crap. Right, I'll finish this one off and then, I have to come back because my sugars are going through the roof from like eating 4 hours ago, 4.5 hours ago. World peace requires us to reduce consumption induced pollutants, as well as an adjustment in our perception. So that's supposed to be inducing. Probably both, and inducing. So pollutants generated from consumption, but also, yeah, that makes sense. I think my head's starting to feel a bit syrupy. Let's just quickly finish this off. In our perception to increase our sphere of compassion also requires some mental illnesses to be resolved, such as impulse issues, problems with self-control, and deficits in empathy, typically labelled sociopathy, psychopathy, though these lie on a spectrum. Just added my own little thing there. Cool. Another few notes gone, so I will be back shortly when I've sorted out my blood sugars, hopefully. Alright, another day, another note. I actually did about half an hour's work last night on this when I was so tired I was almost delirious. And so just a regular day, really. And I've just realised that I did it without having the Word document up, so I'm an imbecile, basically. So I'm just going to quickly read through that and then we'll start adding the new notes. Luckily I didn't do too much, just a couple of pages. So, August 2021, higher potential for world peace, longer and healthier lives and more sentient life in the long run. Involves lower consumption, higher contribution and larger sphere of compassion, with an asterisk on each. And cultivating environments that facilitate them and inhibit the opposite. I'm just woken up, so let's see how this goes. More wealth tends to lead to higher consumption. Celebrity status, also fame, tends to lead to higher consumption, inducing. Certain mental illnesses, deficits in impulse inhibition and empathy, potential for higher consumption, lower contribution and or smaller sphere of compassion, or circle of care, or cock. These are trends, though not necessarily always true. Fame often facilitates it through like insecurity, essentially, but also comes along, or tends to come along, with more wealth, and more wealth tends to lead to higher consumption because of the kind of painted image of what success is tends to be very crib-like. If anyone remembers that show. Big house, big pool, lots of cars, lots of holidays abroad, lots of burning through resources. And that's success. Success. Draw these three on a spectrum of high to low, healthy versus... what level is healthy versus pathological? Where do we draw the line? What level of consumption and contribution is healthy and versus pathological? What about the size of sphere of compassion or the size of the cock? Mention vicarious consumption, contribution and compassion. So that's basically just the idea that we can... Obviously we have influence over each other, and depending on how we react to certain things, can facilitate further consumption or less consumption, further contribution or less contribution, and larger or smaller sphere of compassion. Move away from goals of control, oppression, profit, and instead towards contentment, empowerment, and sustainability. Goal of profit is a goal of consumption. And since more consumption is more psychological, biological, and ecological degradation, the goal of profit is inadvertently the goal of the same things: psychological, biological, and ecological degradation. Degradation, rather. I should have brought a drink. So more consumption essentially just drains more time and energy out of people, because the higher the consumption, the higher the demand, and the higher the demand, the more time and energy people have to sink into creating that demand, or creating the products or services for that demand. And less time and energy for ourselves tends to be detrimental to contentment, and discontentment tends to facilitate consumption, because consumption is often used as a coping mechanism for not. There we go. I'm skipping a bit there. Because you can't take that much money off. Anyway, I digress. Because you can't make that much money off of someone who's happy and content, or at least you can't make as much, or tend not to. So the profit motive is motivation to ensure people are unhappy / discontent, to at least a certain extent, and that rhymes, and then provide them with a product and or service that makes them happy or content temporarily. Or needs a constant payment of some kind, like a subscription, which tends to be, or seems to be the model that a lot of things are going towards. A lot of media seems to be going towards a subscription, because it's a constant flow of money, and therefore a constant flow of profit. Consumption, or at least more likely to be. Consumption is often used as a coping mechanism for unhappiness and discontent. Content people tend to consume less, contribute more, and have a larger sphere of compassion. Create environments that facilitate greater contribution, low consumption, and a larger sphere of, that's already been mentioned. Keeping people in desperation. Capitalism inhibits contribution. I mean, capitalism facilitates desperation, but also inhibits desperation in certain ways. So, but let's continue reading there. Inhibits contribution. Volunteering can take people's jobs and livelihoods away. Also facilitates high consumption. The higher our demand, the more people will keep in work. More people we keep in work. Yeah, that makes sense. But that's interesting that this system that we're in actually, in a way, discourages volunteering. And a system that discourages volunteering, I feel, is a massive red flag to the system. Because if we volunteer, we're essentially taking away a job that might be something that someone could do and be paid for. And obviously, a lot of people are struggling for money these days because of the system and the disparity of resources, or disparity in resource distribution. So by volunteering, we're actually or potentially screwing over some people who are lower down the socio-economic spectrum. As I say, volunteering being a bad thing is a massive red flag, or potential for being a bad thing is a massive red flag for the system that we live in. So hopefully we can develop a better one, because this one's a bit bollocks, isn't it? Let's be real. Desperation can be used as a tool for increased contribution. Does this pro outweigh the cons? Can we achieve sufficient contribution without the need for creating environments of desperation, without the need of the stick? Which is kind of what is used a lot for, again, the people lower down the hierarchy, shall we say. It's either you do this, or you don't have enough money to live. You don't have enough money to have a good life. You better do it. So hopefully we can shift that focus away from the stick and more towards the carrot. I think that's maybe we need both. I don't know, but hopefully, at least proportionally, we can move more towards the carrot and continue to try and do so. Content people versus discontent, pros and cons in regards to contribution. I don't know what I meant by that. As I say, this is a few years old. I'll have to rethink about that. Obviously, I've already mentioned the consumption side of things. So content people tend to contribute more because they tend to be happier, whereas discontent people tend to try and avoid doing things or have more stress and therefore do things less efficiently. There's a lot of issues with discontentment. That's probably what I meant by it. But yeah, here's more thought. Desperation versus safety and security. Yeah, so obviously people who are desperate, people who are on the edge, on the verge financially, are not going to feel very safe and secure. And people who aren't very safe and secure tend to develop strategies to attempt to achieve safety and security. And some of those strategies aren't great for society as a whole, and probably not great for them either. Things like crime as a strategy to try and escape financial problems. Although not always. Sometimes it's for the thrill. Some people get a kick out of that kind of thing. But hopefully we can provide, think about this, is it better to provide simulations for things like that, for thrills that are vices or thrills that have negative repercussions for other people? Does the simulation mitigate the chances that a person's going to do it actually, or does it give them further incentive or further drive to do it actually? So for example, a game or like an escape room, but instead of it being an escape room, it's like a simulation of a like theft or burglary. I know there is some games that are like that. Does that satisfy the urge for some people, or does it further incentivize them to try it out in real life? And I imagine the answer is different for different people, but what proportion, statistically, are disincentivized by having that simulation versus not? And obviously that applies to other things that have negative repercussions on others, and potentially very taboo things. I'll let you think about what they might be. But yeah, if it's a net benefit, then potential for providing those simulations. If it's not, then obviously not. Providing people with the means to... I digressed again. Providing people with the means to live a good quality of life means people are less likely to steal. So develop that strategy. Reduces and removes the incentive for theft, burglary. Goodbye, malware. Would people contribute enough in terms of time and energy if they were provided the means to live with a good quality of life? Or is it necessary to main desperation to do so? Capitalism is the desperation paradigm. What impact would providing the means to live a good quality of life have on consumption contribution and the sphere of compassion or circle of care? So, you think about universal basic income here. I believe, I need to have more of a read into it, but I believe the little trial runs that have been going on, the kind of pilots, have had positive results. Or at least majoritively positive results. But yeah. I want to do a separate video on UBI, I think, and do pros and cons. Or potential pros and cons. People can always seek a better quality of life. It's on the spectrum. Quality of life and lifespan exists on the spectrum. What are our values that impact this? At the moment, a lot of people seek the accumulation of wealth and power as a metric for success and quality of life. The pursuit of these things is what leads to psychological, biological, and ecological degradation. So again, mentioning the Cribs thing, where people, the painted picture of success is, having a giant house, having a pool, having loads of cars, having loads of possessions, basically, and using loads of services. So going on lots of kind of extravagant, luxurious holidays, owning a tropical island or something. All these kind of things are kind of not everyone's idea of success, but is kind of in the zeitgeist. It's kind of pushed upon us, and we're kind of programmed to think that is success. If we have that, it's success. But of course, if we have that, we are living an incredibly demanding life on other people, which is going to drain time and energy from other people. So essentially, we're kind of trying to, one of the aspirations that's pushed on us and that we're kind of almost indoctrinated to try and to believe is one of high consumption, high burning through resources, and therefore a drain on other people. And interestingly, what I said last night, but obviously I've had to redo this because I'm an idiot and didn't open the Word document, is that there was an article on the BBC, not yesterday when I wrote this, but the day before, and it was about a Swedish millionaire, and it was about the rise of kind of Swedish millionaires and billionaires, despite them having quite high taxes, I think. And one of the guys there had essentially what I've just described, a massive house, a big old wine cellar with like several thousand bottles of wine or something. And one of the things he said in the article was about, he provides for people. He has a gardener, he has a cleaner or several cleaners and things like that. So essentially it's kind of like a justification for living a very demanding lifestyle. Now, I'm not saying he said that kind of maliciously or intentionally to kind of, look at me, I'm doing good. Pay no attention to all the resources I'm burning through. It could be that he's been, much like a lot of people, kind of, he's adopted that kind of framework of, what success is. So much so that is not focused on the fact that it's extremely demanding in terms of time, energy, and resources generally. And I was going to say something else and I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, so yeah, it's like kind of like back in the day, in like medieval times. It's like the Lord going, "Hey guys, look how much I'm doing for you. Look how many court jesters I've got. You know, I'm providing work for them. So, yay me." Yeah, it's kind of like that basically. It's interesting. Not good, but it's interesting. Where were we? What's better, a population of people who are content and that have values of compassion, decent levels of contribution and reduced consumption, or a population of people who are discontent and that have values of segregatory tribalism and a high consumption and who are forced to contribute through artificially created and maintained circumstances of desperation? I mean, it's an obvious question. I came up with a new word, segregatory apparently. Or at least one that Open Office does not recognise. This is why empowerment via democracy is important in both politics and the workplace, as in all areas of life. And at the moment, democracy in the workplace is either non-existent or very rare to find, because workplaces tend to be highly hierarchical, strictly hierarchical. If we were to ask people whether they want to have a positive or negative impact on the world and those around them, what would the vast majority of them say? A problem is that a lot of the negative butterfly effects of consumption are hidden behind the scenes, or at least harder to kind of delineate. So how do we know whether we're having more of a positive or negative impact? Also including vicarious contribution, consumption and compassion, as previously mentioned. Which is interesting, because I think with certain things it's probably easier to know whether we're having a positive, a net benefit, basically, a net positive impact. If we're providing necessities, for example, if we're like a farmer and we're providing food for people, obviously incredibly important, pretty necessary for a life, for life, and a life, but also life. So it's a lot easier if you're someone who works in the farming industry and spend a reasonable amount of time doing that. You can probably justify more consumption because you know that what you're doing is extremely important. But then, yeah, it depends on how much time and energy is being put into that. I mean, a lot of people who work in farming put a lot of time and energy into it, I know. And then also what level of consumption that kind of allows for. And of course, we shouldn't be seeking to consume. We all consume, and we have to. But we shouldn't be, trying to measure up how much we contribute and then being like, okay, so I can consume this much. The idea is to try and be as content as possible with less consumption. But of course, how much less is the question, Because it exists on a spectrum. As soon as you kind of draw a line, people will be like, well, how about a little bit less? How about a little bit less? It's very similar to things like driving. Why in the UK can people only drive once they're 18? What about 17 and 364 days? A lot of people who are 17 and 364 days might be much better drivers than people who are 18, and even people who are 40. But yes. Anyway, that's the continuum conundrum, which is might crop up, or might have already cropped up. I can't remember what I've done in the previous video. So anyway, continue onwards, shall we? So this is a new note, although it's still August 2021. What is health and wellness? The ability to live in a happy and content life with an overall positive impact and not too much negative impact on others. Don't think it should be considered wellness if a person is able to live a happy and content life, but only if consuming tons of products and services, since doing so negatively impacts other people both now and in the future. So that's kind of like just like a selfish contentment, essentially. So that might be someone who obviously struggles with empathy. Obviously the kind of medical labels or the psychological labels are things like sociopathy and psychopathy. People more towards that kind of end of the spectrum might be happy and content, even if they are, even if they're not providing a net positive to society generally. As long as they're, living a good life themselves, they'll be happy. Although I think the people that exist on that extreme side of the spectrum anyway, quite rare. At least I'd like to think so. I think the study is that CEOs are 4%, whereas the general population was 1%. But that seems like a very... I don't know, actually 4% doesn't seem like... 1% seems very... like a nice number, like a human-generated number, if you know what I mean. Whereas for like 4%, if it said 5%, then it'd be like, yeah, that's definitely a human-generated number, but 4% doesn't. But yeah, anyway, need to look into that a bit more often. Maybe that's just me being hopeful about that. Another note from August 2021. Direct as much time and energy towards improving people's quality of life and reducing desperation, perceived desperation potential as we can, because people who are desperate or even perceive there to be desperate times in the near future or even the long-term future can can facilitate more selfish behaviours. Empower people, democratise society and workplace. As mentioned moments ago, society, workplace, well, politics, at least in the UK, is like a first past the post system. And I remember watching a CGP Grey video, which I highly recommend actually, on YouTube, which goes into the different methods of voting, and proportional representation, I think, if I remember rightly, seemed like the most effective, most representative, whereas first past the post is very unrepresentative. So although we live in a democracy is on a spectrum as well, so we're kind of like just into the realms of democracy, like, whereas we could be very far into the realms of democracy with a bit more of a proportional representation. And from what I remember, the main parties, I know for a fact the Conservatives did, but I'm not sure about about Labour, but I think they might have done as well, was proportional representation came up at some point as like something we should go for, and then that was disincentivised via like billboards and advertising and marketing and all that stuff by saying, well, the time and energy we could put into reforming the voting system into one that's more representative could be put into, you know, saving children who are on the ICU, babies on the ICU. So essentially, like the most intense emotional manipulation possible in order to try and dissuade people away from pushing through a more representative, a more democratic way of voting, which is very interesting. But makes sense, because if you're the main parties and you're just bouncing back from two main parties, you don't want to change the system. The system works for you. Proportional representation might mean that you don't get as much power. And then, in the workplace, it's very strictly hierarchical, especially big corporations. A big chunk of our time spent at work, and a lot of work in capitalist society is built like a dictatorship. A dictatorship in a system claiming to be democratic, with a pretty poor voting system, barely democratic enough to warrant the use of the word. Yeah. Trying to align people's incentives in a positive way rather than the current system, which tries to incentivize people via negatives, inducing desperation and a higher potential for desperation, which causes all sorts of negative side effects: crime, drug abuse, poor job execution, e.g. shirking where possible, etc. Incentives are carrot versus stick, and in capitalism the most used is the stick of desperation, which reminds me of the South Park game, which I still need to play, and also sounds like a great weapon in like a fantasy game. He used the stick of desperation. You're cornered. Pull out the stick of desperation. That could also be a euphemism. Lots of negative side effects when people's quality of life is low, threatened, perceived to be threatened, whether true or not. Capitalism maintains lower levels of quality of life through disempowerment of the majority of the population, who have to work in companies akin to mini dictatorships. Consumption is a coping mechanism, crime is a strategy. War is facilitated by coercing a desperate populace into creating weapons as a means for them to survive. Killing to survive, even though there's plenty of food and housing to go around, plenty of resources. The resource distribution is just, very disproportionately in favour of those further up the socio-economic spectrum, But yeah, people, I mean, if you were to go into like someone who's weapons manufacturer, a weapons factory, and ask people whether they want to be building bombs, I imagine, maybe I'm wrong, but I imagine most of them will be like, no, I would rather be doing something nice, something that doesn't involve blowing people up. But of course, because they need money, they've got to take a job. And if that's the only thing that's available, or the best thing that's available, people will take those jobs because of, as I said, desperation, which is maintained, maybe intentionally so. August 2021, so another one from there, same month. In capitalism, desperation is used as a tool to exploit people and extract time and energy from them. Is desperation necessary to keep society running? Can we use carrots rather than sticks for motivation instead, or at least more proportionally in favour of the carrot versus the stick? Ideally, no stick. Universal basic income to help reduce desperation and all negative side effects that it brings with it. Empowerment of people in their daily lives. Changing the workplace from dictatorship to a democracy. Encouraging values and circumstances that facilitate reasonable contribution, consumption, and sphere of compassion / circle of care. And what is reasonable? And that is where I got up to last night, although it took me an extra 10-12 minutes because I was like knackered. So I do really need a drink. Check my blood sugar one moment, Okay, it's a little bit high, but not too high. So this one's on UBI, or at least a few notes on UBI. I think I've got a few. Reduces / removes stressor that often causes the development. In fact, what date was this? November 2020. So we've gone back in time. November 2020. Reduces and removes the stressor that often causes the development and reliance upon maladaptive coping mechanisms. Yes, if you have and also things like what I just mentioned about people working in a bomb factory, if you've got the UBI, they've now got the means to at least survive. So they'll be less likely to pick jobs that they know are going to have negative consequences. You know, we're less likely to go and work and develop bombs and guns and stuff if we're kind of not in favour of blowing people up. As well as consumption generally, which as previously mentioned is or can be a coping mechanism. Has the potential to reduce motivation for infinite growth in a sense. I should have written what that sentence was, because now I have to rethink about it. It's less likely to spend money on an idea with the intent of making more, since we're more likely to have the things we need with the UBI. Though relativity means we may always want more if our value system is a bit buggered, our self-control isn't great, etc. Yeah, so some people are highly motivated by money, and just, in fact, one of my mates just wants to make more and says, "What's the limit?" And that can be a good motivation to put a lot of time and energy into things, but usually the goal from that is, once you've made lots of money, is to burn through tons of resources. Or the goal is not to burn through tons of resources, but the lifestyle, as previously mentioned, is very Cribs-like. So the goal is to achieve that lifestyle, which just so happens to burn through a crap ton of resources. So although it does encourage more, or can encourage more contribution in terms of time and energy, it also tends to lead to a massive drain in time and energy of other people in terms of the lifestyle that's being sought. Slave owners and the slaves themselves exert financial pressure / stress on the slave class. Those further up the wealth spectrum, on those lower down, leads to more consumption which leads to more pressure / stress, more pollution. Ooh, more pollution. And more psychological, spiritual even. I missed an L. What an L in terms of spelling. Biologic. I just put biologic and not biological. I quite like the word biologic. Biologic. But I will add the L. And ecological degradation. Degradation. However, UBI facilitates high consumption, and obviously the use of the word slave is it's quite provocative, one might say. It's said that slavery has been abolished, but in a sense, what's happened is the working conditions have been improved, but the general system, the general model is still maintained in terms of, as I say, a lot of workplaces being mini dictatorships. There's still a hierarchy where some people have lots of power over other people and the other people don't have any power to have any say. It's just that the working conditions have improved, which is a good thing, of course, but can we improve them further is the question. And what's also interesting about that is the more working conditions improve, the less incentive, the less drive people at the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum have to make changes. So the closer and closer we get to a more egalitarian kind of system, the harder it is to kind of get that last little bit. Because some people will sit back and be like, well, some people, it depends on how you frame things. So some people look at things that are worse and go, well, at least we're not like that. Whereas some people look at things that are better or imagine potential futures where they're better and go, well, why? We should be working towards that, surely. We're not there yet. So it's, it depends on the kind of framework that we adopt. And I think the latter can cause discontent, of course, because what you're essentially doing is imagining a potential future and a better one. So that can cause discontent because obviously you're in a position where you're not in that future, you're not in that potential. You're not realising that potential. Whereas the prior framework can facilitate contentment, because then you're thinking about things that are worse and being like, oh, well, at least we're not like that. But so I think that can be used as a good tool for contentment, as long as we're not using it to the point that we are stagnating and not seeking those better conditions for everyone. Hopefully that makes sense. Anyway, I digressed once again. UBI facilitates high consumption, especially with the values currently encouraged within capitalism. And I'm just going to add, e.g., kind of the idea of what success entails. The Crib's lifestyle. Don't know if that TV program's still going, to be honest. Which in turn adds pressure to the system in the form of more compulsory work, more pollution, and more environmental / biological, etc. And that phrase keeps cropping up because it's basically just the butterfly effects of what those things end up doing. I don't want to phrase it as does, I want to phrase it as can facilitate higher consumption. So if people still maintain essentially the kind of capitalist idea of success, and then we introduce UBI, that's a potential con there to UBI, because basically we're seeking a lifestyle that's extremely demanding, that burns through tons of resources, and now we have the UBI to help us, move towards that. So if we maintain the same idea of success and UBI comes in, then that could just suddenly jack up tons of people's consumption, essentially. And even if it just puts up people's consumption slightly, if there's a lot of people, that means a lot more consumption. A lot more consumption means a lot more pollution. A lot more pollution means a lot more health problems. A lot more health problems means a lot more time and energy that we're going to have to spend trying to resolve them. And a lot more ecological damage means a lot more time and energy we have to try and resolve that problem as well. And obviously more time and energy is sunk into that, the kind of time and energy black holes. The less we have for ourselves, the more discontentment, and the more discontentment, the more potential for more consumption as a coping mechanism. Blah, 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 blah. It's not good. It's all not good there. So yes, essentially, coupled with the UBI, the rollout of UBI would need to address, or at least encourage people to think about what is success? What is success to us? And how has our vision of success been influenced or manipulated by capitalist society? Right. The question is, how does this compare to the same produced by the maladaptive coping mechanisms produced by financial stress? I support UBI, but it needs to be coupled with conscientious consumption values. Probably should have just read forward because it would have been a lot quicker by the look of it. Rather than the ones currently espoused / encouraged under capitalism. World peace equals stimuli. Yes, I should have just scrolled down and read what I wrote. Apparently, that facilitates neurological and ecological well-being, lower consumption, perception. Okay, I see. In order to achieve. Why is it done consumption induced? What the hell is this? Keeps auto-incorrecting it. So what we need basically for world peace, stimuli that facilitates neurological and ecological well-being, which lower consumption, perception of unity, similarity, sameness, oneness, fundamental innocence. So that's the philosophy of chill, the fact that everything's, because of cause and effect, everything's fundamentally inevitable, and therefore we are kind of fundamentally innocent, even if we are to commit some negative actions, or reactions, should I say. Although, of course, we shouldn't use that as every tool can be used as a weapon, so including the philosophy of chill, people might use that as trying to justify, or as a justification for negative reactions. So we've got education, nutrition, work methodologies, conducive to physical and psychological well-being, etc. Not only work methodologies. One of the things, methodologies. We've had kind of a hyper focus on efficiency, or at least efficiency in one particular area. So, for example, compartmentalization in terms of factory work, people on like a production line essentially, and that's not conducive to physical and psychological well-being. So, although that can be efficient in terms of pumping out products, the butterfly effects are maybe the more subtle, or subtle sounds like they're not very strong effects, but they could be very impactful effects. Could be that because of the psychological degradation, the psychological erosion of working in that kind of environment facilitates higher consumption. Obviously, capitalists are like, high consumption, yes. Higher consumption is higher profits. Because of that, the efficiency in that particular area of life might lead to vast inefficiencies everywhere else, because obviously if everyone's consuming more as a coping mechanism for having poor working environments, that burns through more resources and does all the things I just mentioned about, air pollution, food pollution, water pollution, all kind of the toxicification of, if I can get my words out, I really need a drink, toxicification of the environment, which obviously leads to more time and energy have to be sunk into kind of the health sector and the environmental sector as well, because that will facilitate, speed run climate change essentially. And even if I'm speaking to someone who doesn't believe in climate change, or like my mate believes climate change is a thing but is exaggerated in order to tax people more, all the things that lead to climate change, even if we say that that's not real, even if we disagree with most of the scientists, all the things that lead to it also lead to pollution. So I imagine that the people who, the climate change deniers, would still want clean air, clean water, cleaner air, cleaner water, cleaner food, for both themselves and their families and friends and people they care about, etc. Which I think is a better way of framing it to people who deny climate change, rather than use the term that kind of makes them shut off from the conversation and think about other topics. Maybe frame it as the kind of pollution side of things. But yeah, I think that's important. The fact that if we focus in on one efficiency in one area, it might lead to inefficiencies elsewhere. Where did I get up to? I've lost my place. Okay, here we go. Other side of the coin. Because we're in capitalism, we may as well bring money into it, eh? Contribution. How will UBI impact that? Yeah, because at the moment we've got the capitalism uses the stick, as mentioned, to kind of drive people to spend a lot of time and energy doing things. But then again, also, a lot of things that people are spending time and energy on are just being wasted. So there's a massive amount of food waste. There's a massive amount of, if you ever look into Amazon, as just one example, destroying perfectly good products, hundreds of thousands of pounds worth, or probably way more than that actually. I don't want to throw that number out there because that might be wrong. But a lot of stuff is just being chucked away, because obviously if they were to give it away, that would impact their profits, because if you give away laptops rather than destroy them, then people won't buy a laptop for a little while. And if people aren't buying laptops for a little while, that means less profits, As we know, it's all about the profits. Right, so Pro gives people lower down the socio-economic spectrum more leverage. That's a good point. Socio-economic. Throughout human history, people lower down the spectrum have been exploited and enslaved. Modern day work for a lot of people could be considered a form of slavery with better working conditions. UBI allows for an even bigger... What? That doesn't make sense. UBI is... I don't know what I meant by that. UBI allows for an even bigger to working conditions due to said leverage. Apparently I was tripping out by that point, but maybe I just meant even better. But why would I put an? I don't know, I'm kind of tired now. Oh, I really need a drink. UBI allows for... Just put... allows for even better working conditions due to said leverage. bit like why unions are good for the people at the bottom of the hierarchy in terms of the workplace, because when they all group together in a union, it helps give them more leverage versus the people at the top of the hierarchy, which already have the leverage and a lot of leverage. A company, UBI, with a message: every time we spend money, insert negatives here. I mean, maybe don't frame it negatively, but just basically encourage conscientious consumption. Make it clear how these negatives will impact those in question for those who are more self-centered. So you can frame it as what impact it's going to have on the people they care about, and obviously some people, although as I say, I think that's very far and few between, only care about themselves. Or at least I'd like to hope that that's few and far in between. Right, that's it for now. I'm going to grab a quick drink. I think I've covered a reasonable amount there, so I'll be back shortly. Hello ladies and gentlemen, we are back after nearly a week of birthday related debauchery. Not my birthday, one of my mates. Anyway, let's get straight on it. First of all, this bit here, I just reread this sentence. Obviously, when we spend money, there are a lot of negatives. There are also a lot of positives, depending on where we spend the money. Some people are extremely passionate about creating certain products or delivering certain services, and therefore contributing towards that does have positives. Although, of course, by doing that, we are also taking them away from the general workforce pool, which might be able to share other things in terms of jobs, and therefore even doing that has negatives for other people. But yes, just thought I'd mention that quickly because I realised that all focused on the negative there. So let's get straight back into it, shall we? We've got July 2021. Contribution, consumption. Ooh, why does it keep doing induced? I don't understand. It keeps buggering me up. Serving passion, as we now know. Circle of care / cock. What metrics and where do we draw the line? Which, I did my own thing, continuing. The continuum conundrum. The triple C. Empowerment and democracy in society. Bloop. / the workplace. Trying to increase time able to be spent doing the things that we value. It's time with fam / friends, just doing hobbies. Obviously the former depends on what our relationship is with our family. Not everyone will want to do that, but you get the idea. You know the point that is trying to be made here. Depends where we live. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know what the hell I'm trying to say there. Politics depend on where we live. Okay. Oh, I'm guessing I'm trying to say that politics depends on where we live. It can be okay. So in England, it's mildly democratic. So change may be able to be enacted peacefully. How to reason with someone who can't spell, apparently. Who has a small sphere. And or is concerned / insecure about themselves / the future. I'm guessing I'm thinking, I say this is a few years ago, so I'm guessing concern and insecurity is a projection. You know, some people bully others because they feel bad about themselves or their own situations, so that kind of thing. And people who are concerned about the future are potentially more likely to hoard resources. Oh, in fact, I should just read ahead. And therefore more likely, or we will say potentially more likely, because if we say more likely, then we are phrasing a negative as a certainty, which I try and avoid doing, to hoard resources. Again, where do we draw the line as to the layun? The layun as to what's considered hoarding. Subjective, much like when we should be allowed to drive. On the subject of which, should there be an arbitrary age restriction, or should it be based on competency? You know, if we have a 4-year-old that's able to competently and consistently show that they are, I've run out of tea, that they're able to drive, should it be allowed? Of course, with a 4-year-old, it would be logistically difficult for them to reach the pedals, but something could be developed. Though I think certain ages, the ratio of risk to reward tends to be more in the risk area, at least for certain groups of individuals. I'm not sure about 4-year-olds, but I know that young lads, and I think that's why insurance tends to be higher for teenage / early 20s blokes, which is obviously stereotyping. But the stereotypes exist for a reason. So, but you know, there's pros and cons of doing that. In a way, it's kind of punishing everyone for everyone in that group, that sphere, for the actions of or reactions of some of those people, or maybe even the majority of those people. But either way, it's still punishing those that would drive safely. So it is unfair on a small group of people out of them, or maybe a large group of people out of them. But anyway, you know what I'm getting at. I'm going to stop digressing and continue. Health. Mostly whole foods, plant-based, which is healthy for both us, other people, and the ecosystem. So I guess I should... Okay, I've already written it. Healthy for other people, due to us having lower demand, / consumption, job creation, not necessarily a good thing, if anything, a bad thing, despite the narrative pushed under capitalism. In terms of contribution, so yeah, these are just very short notes. Time and energy, metric, favoured over impact. Yeah, so basically the question I was asking myself was, what metrics should we look at when we're thinking about contribution in terms of rewarding said thing? And at the moment, impact is rewarded pretty heavily, whereas some people spend a lot of time and energy doing things and relative to others get extremely low rewards. Obviously it's good to make an impact, but let's delve into some reasons why I think that. Because of everything ultimately coming down to luck, everything being based on luck. Though time and energy not perfect as a metric, as a metric either, because everyone has a different amount of time and energy. But it's much fairer to base it on that than impact, because of course if we have a large impact, if we're, you know, higher up the hierarchy, then we're obviously much better able to make a large impact. And then rewards wise, it's much more easy to try and justify a mad disparity in rewards if we use that as a metric. Also, a large amount of work under capitalism is monotonous and unfulfilling due to hierarchy, so a lack of autonomy or freedom for most people. Important question: where's the time and energy spent? Should use the word directed there, falling for the capitalist. Even capitalism has even infected our language to the point that we spend our time and energy. Everything's all about buying and selling. What? Where's time and energy directed or channeled? Often a lot is dedicated to micromanagement and checking up on people. What's that guy? Can't remember what the dude's name is. Had a quote of something like, instruments are the people who are what was it? I don't know, but basically that. Loads of people spending loads of time and energy developing the tools for certain people to measure the effectiveness of other people who are actually doing the work. And of course that can layer up. Should there be people with tools measuring the effectiveness of the people, measuring the effectiveness of other people that are doing the work? It just keeps going. It's efficiency management all the way down. Wait. A lot of this is wasted time and energy, since empowered workers don't need to be micromanaged / checked up on as much, if at all. Happy workers are good workers, as a general rule of thumb. Time and energy should be directed. Creating the product and or delivering the intended service, rather than checking up on people. Planned obsolescence wouldn't waste valuable resources under a system that empowers workers / has a social safety net either. At the moment, at the moment, billions of products are made and dumped or destroyed to maintain profit. Growth wouldn't be such a focus either, which is detrimental. Was it capital? Which is detrimental to the ecosystem and therefore life. Empowered workers also may contribute more and consume less, depending upon the values, or depending upon values taught or thought about. Thought. Due to higher contentment, consumption and avoidance of contribution, often due to discontentment, used as a crutch to try and alleviate said discontent. Make us feel better about ourselves / our lives. Politics, the subject we all love. Who do I vote for and why? Related to contribution, consumption. And sphere. Yes, yes indeed. Alright. Also, which party supports democracy? Since why would we want to vote for a party that doesn't give a yes, indeed, about what we think? Dictatorship. Dictatorship of the more capable. vs complete democracy. Both of their pros and cons, as most things do. But with the former, where do we draw the line as to capability? Who decides where to draw the line, where the line is drawn? So these are some serious issues here. And in complete democracy, and also, where do we draw the line as to capability? What area of capability? Because obviously everyone is capable in various areas to various extents. Okay, where were we? And in complete democracy, people less capable or more malleable, should we say, or more easily malleable, more credulous, are able to vote. So that's the downside of that. I prefer democracy. What? Also helps empower people, and as we know, that tends to lead to contentment, which has the pros mentioned earlier, and gives even more impetus for a more robust education system, which will also help to better society. What happens if we create more jobs? Less time with family, friends, just doing things we value. Well, here's the thing. It depends on how these things are created. If we're increasing the workload in order to create more jobs, if we are increasing our demand to create more jobs, then that leads to less time with family and friends doing things we value, relative to if we don't increase the workload and spread out the wealth, split the difference, essentially, if that makes sense. But a lot of ways that we create more jobs, or the ways that they're encouraged to be created, are through encouraging demand. So it's, I've probably said this several times already in this video, but it's basically encouraging us to burn through more resources and framing that as a good thing, because that creates more profit, and as we know, profit is good. Profit. Even if we value the job, we most likely value other things more. This is all relative. More opportunity to be empowered in life to do the above if we try to decrease jobs rather than create them. And then people can do what they want with their free time. Whilst at the same time create opportunities for contribution that people can choose to do rather than being forced / threatened. I'll add that myself. Threatened. Which again leads to more empowerment. Not the forced or threatened thing, but the lack of the aforementioned. Mention investing. Problem. Incentivizes growth and all of problems caused by / associated with growth. Often with the intention of gaining more money, which facilitates higher consumption and further ecological, psychological, and biological degradation. I am absolutely roasting. My sugars are going a bit high, so I'm getting a bit syrup headed, but let's see if I can quickly cover and shoot up. So investing is pretty much always framed as a positive and has positive connotations, I've noticed. But of course, when we are, let me just inject here. When we invest, we are essentially just dictating to others where they can work. So it's a form of control, as well as just mentioned, the fact that it tends to be in order to gain more money, and the attempt to gain more money is usually in an attempt to consume more. And I'm pretty sure, almost 100% sure, that I've mentioned the negatives of that, and I think they're fairly obvious. But yeah, it's interesting that investing is always framed positively. It always has positive connotations. You know, we're going to invest in this, we're going to invest in that. But yeah, we're basically just going, right, I'm going to decide exactly where people can work, where things are available for people to work, which also means that we're saying things aren't available elsewhere at the same time. So yeah, it's a form of dictating what other people can do. I don't like that. And some people try and use it as a way of gaining loads of passive income, and I'm not a fan of that either. I used to be when I was in my early 20s. I used to like the idea, but that's because I'd only ever experienced jobs that I really disliked, and I wanted to essentially try and find a way out. I was being very selfish, essentially. I was basically trying to find a way out of doing those jobs I didn't like, and essentially relying on other people's contribution to fuel my lifestyle. So yeah, I was very selfish back then. So nowadays, when I think about passive income, I'm thinking more like I only want passive income to mitigate depreciation. I don't want any more than that. And it's kind of funny because I'm pretty sure this thing is listening in on us, because I get adverts and stuff tailored to things that I have conversations about. I'm pretty sure it picks up on the word investing, and I keep getting adverts for investing and trying to increase passive income, and every time I read it I'm like, yeah, that's not what I want. That's the opposite of what I want. I don't want that shit. Alright, stop advertising it, please. Alright, we can delete that one. That's the end of that note. Kaplow. Okay, I think we are recording still. My Streamlabs just messed up at the moment there. Right, so this one is September 2021. Most of these are probably notes on my old phone as well, but there we are. Is world peace possible? Not even sure if we've covered this question yet. But obviously the first question should be, what do we mean by world peace, by the phrase, what are we kind of aiming for? Then is it possible? And then how can we achieve the most positive kind of, I don't know, version of what's possible? But anyway, that's not part of the note. It's just, how is world peace possible, this one? Probably not, because they're not, definitely not. We consume, see, I've put consume too much, but maybe I should just put we consume a lot, which creates social tension due to lack of resources or a perceived lack of resources, which has people concerned about the potential lack of resources in the future. Consumption also damages the ecosystem, which further exacerbates these problems. Anyone who's ever played a strategy game will know that resources, or lack of resources, or potential lack of resources, or perceived potential for a lack of resources are one of the main drivers of conflict. So if we are encouraged to consume a lot, which we are in this current system, once again because profits, then that's obviously going to inhibit world peace and instead facilitate conflict and wars. We fuel tribalism, so this is a little bit, through not only consumption but also our language via divisive labels, which shows that tribalism is currently embedded quite deeply in our thought processes, though this can be overcome through the philosophy shield being a good tool to do so. But I'm pretty sure I already mentioned that tools can also be used as weapons, so it depends on how they're being used. Tribalism is baked so deep into our thought. And when I say baked so deep into our thought processes, I mean other people's thought processes, because this word doesn't really apply to me. That we can see it in our language. And I'm pretty sure I already mentioned the kind of definitive divisive labels. I also call them stereotypical labels. Stereotypical things that define people as something, even though we're all have loads of different aspects to us. And those things tend to facilitate conflict. Things like skin colour, religion, place of birth, etc., etc., even diet or general ideologies. Well, I guess religion falls into that as well. Occasional neurological maldevelopment can lead some people to inflict negativity on others for little to no reason, though this is quite rare, or at least I'd like to think it is, since it often leads to negativity to be inflicted upon the inflictor. So this comes down to impulse control. Everyone exists on a spectrum, And obviously that spectrum, our position on that spectrum might depend on context and empathy / compassion, which also lies on the spectrum, as with impulse control. Those two main things, I would say. And that's the end of that note. Sorted. So, November 2021. Reasons world peace could be hard to achieve. We need a perception of resource availability for both now and in the future. If people perceive resource scarcity, for either now or in the future, then they're more likely to engage in destructive behaviours with an asterisk. Capitalism encourages the pursuit of endless exponential growth, which provides resources in some ways, but also rapidly drains resources, as well as causing ecological degradation via pollutants, and involves the oppression of the majority of the population. Can't spell oppression. There we go. Via workplaces with little to no autonomy, and not just workplaces, I guess you could also include school in that. That's an interesting kind of thing to think about in terms of, obviously with school, it's with people who are quite a bit younger, or tends to be, and at what point do you give them, it's a balance of autonomy. A lot of I guess it's the same for parents and child. Sometimes the parents will deny the child from doing things in order to protect them, and then it's kind of a bit of back and forth between that throughout life. And it kind of centres around trust, I guess. Like if we were to have schools where the kids chose their own kind of education, would they choose to educate themselves, or would they choose to just kind of mess around and not really learn too much? I think if they were reminded, no one wants to be considered stupid or an idiot. And by no one, I mean the vast majority of people, at least. So I think that's a driving force for our own kind of autonomous education. So I think with reminders of that, and of course reminders of things that we might want to, strive towards. I think autonomous education could be good. But, I'm not an expert in child brain development, so I am unsure as to that. I don't know what my position is on that at the moment, anyway. Okay, so let's do these asterisks now. So that was to destructive behaviours, e.g. pandemic, toilet roll hoarding, and that's the rich hoarding wealth generally. Though this could be a pathological pursuit of wealth, Not necessarily. Oh, what's going on with the Streamlabs? He's tripping out. Not necessarily due to a perception of potential resource scarcity. Losing the ability to type. And then, of course, it comes down to the continuum conundrum again. At what point is something hoarding? At what point is something a pathological pursuit of wealth versus a healthy pursuit of wealth? Wealth from health. Also, some people have impaired neurological development, which causes them to engage in negative behaviors, whether direct, assault, murder, etc., or indirect. I think I'll call it after this note because I need to burn off a bit of sugar. Yes, I do. Hoarding, where was I? Hoarding resources slash excessive resource or consumerism. Which once again is at what point does something become or can be considered excessive? And some of these neurological issues may still exist even if we resolve environmental factors that are partially / fully under our control. Well, fully under our control. Good one. Such as resource scarcity / education or compassionate values. Yeah, so even if we were to completely resolve, well, I don't know how we'd completely resolve resource scarcity. Well, we could completely resolve resource scarcity potentially, but the perception of resource scarcity is another thing entirely. But even if we were to be able to resolve that, then some people might still hoard anyway, or burn through loads of resources anyway. So, I think most neurological, oh my god, pathologies can be resolved through fixing environmental factors, such as trying to ensure resource availability, contentment, and a value system that doesn't involve constant pursuit of excessive consumption. But that's just merely speculation, you know. I don't know how many of these things would exist even if we were to fix this. It's a question of genetics versus environment, nature versus nurture. What counts? Which I find funny about some health issues when people like the medical professionals like, yeah, well, it's caused by as in type 1 diabetes for one example. It's caused by some either genetics or environmental factors, which basically just means it could be caused by anything. Leaving it rather vague and open there, aren't we? Excessive consumption, acceptable versus insufficient, contribution, These will differ depending on context. For example, in most cases, in most cases, we can't expect someone with a mental/physical disability to contribute the same as someone without said disability/disabilities. Delete. Okay, so that's that one done. But yeah, I'm just going to go quickly burn off a bit of sugar and I will be right back. Hopefully this won't be a week later that I do the next clip. But yes. Alright, ladies and gents, we are back once again. So let's once again dive right back in. So this is one from December 2021. So money helps to alleviate material and psychological insecurities. The latter, assuming people continue to value people more highly based upon socio-economic status. There we are. Since if everyone was to stop doing so, money would no longer fill that function. End bracket. Money as an incentive, conflated with self-respect and respect from others. As a general rule of thumb, culture teaches as a person with more money is more respectable, and even if they aren't, they're able to buy things which people often associate with a more respectable person. So that's again another thing that culture teaches us. Should really say modern culture, but I mean, I think that's implied. Modern culture under a capitalist system. So in other words, there's an aesthetic, can't spell, aesthetic element / component to motivation / incentives. And we have the opportunity to buy ourselves the veneer of respectability, and this veneer may convince some other people and perhaps ourselves of its authenticity. This then has the potential to form a feedback loop whereby someone with said veneer gains more self-confidence and more self-belief, which can in itself lead to more respectability from both ourselves and others. This is why our values are so important in regards to facilitating a reduction in suffering / a movement towards world peace via a reduction in consumption, because if we continue to value consumptive habits and show respect towards those that engage in those behaviors, and we're creating a world with a higher likelihood of more suffering / a trend away from world peace, a trend towards dystopia. Also most, I did the most, or at least a lot of money is spent to benefit our own lives / those closest to us, and usually at the expense of other people. Usually or often. So often. Of other people, other animals, and future generations. Brackets, money spent contributes to biological, psychological, and ecological degradation. I have that phrase again. Of course, that depends on where it's spent. So yeah, basically just saying that if we value and show respect for high levels of wealth, then we encourage consumption, which encourages or facilitates these things. Though I also think that denigrating it, or denigrating people that pursue wealth, can facilitate clicks. So I don't think that's a good strategy either. Denigration and vilification are never very effective forms. Well, I mean, sometimes effective, but often not. Right, we've moved into 2022 now, January 2022. Contribution, how much? Positive, rather. Then creating bombs, for example. Nice obvious example there. Consumption, and that's the same, ditto. Sphere size, compassion, sphere size, or circle of care. Systemic efficiency. Efficiency in certain ways versus the repercussions of hyper focus on certain efficiencies. Discontentment via compartmentalization. And resulting coping mechanisms. So yeah, that's just about, obviously the more efficient that our system is at providing products and services from source to target, generally the better. But if we focus on efficiency, for example, compartmentalization, it can have negative side effects which may be at least mitigate, but potentially are worse than the actual efficiency itself. Focus on efficiency itself. So efficiency in certain areas creates inefficiencies in elsewhere. So yeah, compartmentalization obviously leads to a lot of discontentment because people are doing very monotonous work, and a lot of people struggle with that because we're not really built for doing the same thing repetitively all day, every day. At least most of us aren't. Potentially all of us. And then, of course, the discontentment that fuels often leads to consumptive coping mechanisms. So I put often consumptive, and as discussed multiple times already, contributes to biological, psychological and ecological degradation. So that was just a short note there. Nice and easy. Delete that one. Right, what's this then? Another one from Jan 2022. The 6 C's for world peace. Peacefully. Bloody autocorrect. Auto incorrect. More like contribution, consumption. Fuck off. As soon as I say that, it does that again. Compassion, conscious awareness. It literally auto-corrected all of them incorrectly. Which is in reference to all of our values, / the pro / con butterfly effects of our reactions. Contribution, consumption. Still waking up. I'll wake my fingers up. Right, compassion. Including coercion. How much do we coerce others into doing things? Or, in other words, reduce their freedom, quality of life, lifespan. Rephrasing positively. I was about to say, I'm focusing on the negative again there. Positively, how much do we bring contentment to others through an increase in their freedom / quality of life / lifespan? So, I had the word empowerment there. How much do we empower other people? Contentment, which relates to the above. Hands are freezing. Right. Facilitating contribution, less consumption, and more compassion. As a general rule of thumb, though some may become more content with the opposite. And then lastly, chain. So what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 7 C's, mate. What are you on about? Apparently I can't count. E57, yeah. Terrible. So this is the chain of production, supply for demand. And I guess that would be going from source to target, but as well as target to the recycling of said object or reusability. Noise, systemic noise, systemic efficiency / inefficiency. that's a potential issue with AI, that it could exponentially increase systemic noise if used poorly or maliciously. Because as it becomes more convincing, it's much more easy for people to create convincing looking articles which can say whatever they want, basically. Which might not be so bad for people who are already kind of in existence, but might be even worse for future generations, although it's still pretty bad for us. Yeah, how do we discern what is right and what is wrong when everything looks right? Or wrong? That's not the end of that note, actually. What causes a person to have high/low on these things, in respect to these things? So obviously consumption, contribution, compassion, conscious awareness. Oh, that was just a recap, so I was actually right there. Hopefully you can't hear next door neighbour too much there. Hopefully that's not being picked up through the mic. What's a reasonable amount to have in each? That's probably going to be subjective. I'll just write this on each line. What can we do to encourage / facilitate everyone having a reasonable amount in each? Bearing in mind that what we reasonable is subjective. Balancing freedom. If we allow people who lack compassion complete freedom, then this is likely to have negative impacts on others. But if we curtail freedoms, this is also likely to have negative consequences. Uh-oh. Gotta just put that. Brilliant. But yeah, that's a kind of maybe not a paradox of freedom, but an interesting dynamic there, whereby if we allow complete freedom for everyone, then let's say some people who are more towards the kind of selfish end of the spectrum will use said freedom, or might use said freedom in ways which curtail other people's freedom, i.e. from consuming tons of products and services. Obviously, the more demanding lifestyle we live, the more other people have to spend their time and energy catering to said lifestyle. I can delete that one. Did I delete it already? I did. Alright, February 2022. Individual. Goal is to be content whilst contributing and consuming reasonable amounts, also having a reasonable sphere of compassion. And again, what is reasonable / unreasonable? In terms of the system, providing the infrastructure to facilitate the above, whilst also trying to increase quality of life by reducing the amount of work required to maintain society and the amount of negativity caused by consumption. Nice quick note there. Feb 2022 again. So tribes require resources for members to live a good enough quality of life by their standards, and enough resources so that they have the perception of being able to maintain said standard of life or improve. Into the future. Also required is the resource of empathy and capacity for compassion for other tribes. The other tribes need the same. I'm going to add this myself, but ideally let's have a drink. Ideally, everyone would perceive themselves to be part of one tribe, and also include other animals / sentience generally in this. That's kind of the most positive version of tribalism. Most positive version of tribalism. Well, that's obviously very difficult because in nature some animals require killing other animals in order to survive. Which is an issue which is not easily resolvable, and hopefully will one day be resolvable. Maybe AI will be able to work that one out. Alright, back to the notes. Or a/some members could also change. Here we go. This is why I should read ahead. Change their perception to see every person / sentient being as belonging to one tribe. Grammar there. Though said person / people would still require the aforementioned resources or be willing to sacrifice some level of quality of life. So to sum up, I don't know why exactly I put that one though. For a start, it's willing, not whiling. Because doing this could actually improve quality of life. Obviously, it depends on what the other people do. But in general, that would improve quality of life, or should do. So to sum up goals. Contribute enough. Don't consume too much. Have empathy / compassion for others. And try and create the infrastructure required to facilitate the above. Alright, Feb 22 again. So values and world peace. Whoop. If we value solid contribution, low consumption, contribution, low consumption and compassion, as well as facilitating these things in our infrastructure, As you can see, we're going over similar material here. Just an attempt to boil it down to its absolute basics. Then we should be able to better move towards world peace. At the moment, I think we do value solid contribution, but there's also a tendency to value extremely high consumption, and our spirit of compassion is typically restrained/restricted. To people, and maybe a couple of other species of animals, with tribalistic/stereotypical. How's tribalistic not a word? It is now. Stereotypical labels facilitating a reduction/lack of empathy, compassion for those they are applied to. Examples of labels: illegal aliens, livestock, even human/other animal labels, hypercategorization in regards to empathy/compassion, over what differences really matter. Sentience v non-sentient. If I remember rightly, I made a much more comprehensive, much longer list on the WordPress. That was it. Article. I'll have to find that at some point. But I'm pretty sure I've already mentioned it during this video as well, so. Right, we're changing months here into March 2022. Important concepts for achieving world peace. Stop auto-incorrecting me, please. Bloody hell. Everything is based on look. Should put is entirely based on look. Contribution versus consumption. Auto-incorrect again. Tribalism and perception/significance of similarity/difference between sentience. Fuck, bloody hell. How do you ignore the auto-incorrect? Compassion. It's literally trying to auto-incorrect everything. Systemic efficiency and wastage. The negative side effects of efficiency, as we've already discussed moments ago, which is efficiency to the point of inefficiency. Efficiency causing inefficiencies. Efficiencies. For example, efficiency in the workplace causing consumptive coping mechanisms. Yes, we have discussed that already. Okay, awesome, delete that one. And we're in April 22 now. Values. If we want to be closer to world peace, values need to change In regards to contribution, consumption, and sphere of compassion, I know our values in these cause a lot of suffering, which can facilitate tribalism, though an excess of resources can also facilitate, probably should put negative tribalism. Depending upon the neurological issues a person has or doesn't have. Elbow. I think we've covered that values already, so I need to go into that again. Okay, so this is the day after this one, another April 2022. The problem with achieving world peace is trust. We have to trust those we deem other in order to save the vast amount of resources we currently waste on military, and similar can be said for home security, and we can also say borders as well, and also borders. Or border control. Because if we fear / distrust the other, then we won't want to reduce / remove this wastage. We'll keep wasting billions of hours of our time, and therefore have to spend it's the old capitalism thing, innit? Spend more of our lives. We can spend our life. We can direct a lot of time and energy in our lives. I guess this is more efficient linguistically. Doing things we don't value or erode our well-being / lifespan. Though that said, military might come in handy for certain things, like defense against like comets and stuff like that. Planetary protection, one might say. So it might be worth still investing some time and energy in that. Just not using it against each other. What the bloody hell are we doing? Bloody buffoons. Yeah, so another April 1, April 2022. So this is free will, philosophy of chill. World peace. Contribution, consumption, and compassion. These are the things that I was going to stream at some point. So I think these are just the going to be the stream titles: language and world peace. So this is obviously about tribalistic labels, stereotypical labels, systemic efficiency. jobs. Yeah, they're all going to be and world peace and world peace. Values and inner peace. So contentment. April 2022. Comes down to, world peace comes down to resource availability and perception of similarity. And I guess perception could be considered a cognitive resource. And it's not really just similarity, because some people value things, or not things, animals that are less similar. So for example, someone who has problems with racism might value their dog more than they value someone who they are being racist against. If that makes sense. So it's not just similarity. I think there's familiarity in there as well. As a consideration. Alright, I think I'm going to get some breakfast, so I'll be back shortly. Okie dokie, we are back on the same day as well. Can you believe it? So straight in, April 2022. This is about something mentioned multiple times, as most of the things that have been mentioned have been. We're all a collection of aspects. So when we label someone as something, e.g. they are X, then we narrow our/other people's perception of them by emphasizing one aspect over the rest. This is especially bad when said aspect is/can be deemed negative, such as medical illnesses / health problems. It's also insidious in that it can help foster social division on a fundamental and possibly even subconscious, I'd say possibly, maybe even probably, subconscious level, especially amongst those who are most susceptible to negative tribalism. And therefore, this way of using language is detrimental to peace and can instead facilitate conflict and division and all that other rubbish. And this is refining our language usage, I guess. I just put language, but ooh, to refine my spelling, and my typing, to facilitate world peace, which I'm pretty sure I did an article on WordPress, or at least it formed part of the article along with the old philosophy of chill and all that jazz. Okay, that's that one done. It's weird, it doesn't delete it, so okay, you have to press delete twice. Interesting. I guess that's a decent failsafe, just in case you bugger it up. So building blocks. Right, when was this? Another April 2022. Building blocks for world peace. God damn, incorrect. How do you? If I want to go down, I have to press dash. Who came up with that rubbish? first building block should be not having auto incorrect. Self-love, or self-respect, self-worth. So this is the philosophy of chill. Everything is entirely based upon luck. This can help with this. Because if everything's entirely based on luck, then fundamentally we should be all equally worthy, shall we say, worthy of love and all that good stuff. But yeah, hopefully, I mean, if someone's out there struggling with self-esteem, which is another one should have included in there, hopefully that will help with that, or can help with that. Love, respect for the sentience, which is same as above. Positive contribution in time and energy. Just a little note on this one for other sentience, so for other species. I'm not a massive fan of the word vegan because of this thing. It's a tribalistic term, and anyone who's susceptible to tribalism is more likely to reject the idea because they're like, well, I'm not vegan, therefore, stay away. Whereas if you were to phrase it instead as action, behaviour, by action I mean, of course, reaction, then I think it's more likely to, be aligned with people's values than maybe they realise. A lot of people care for cats and dogs, and pigs and cows and all that jazz are extremely similar. Just culturally, we've kind of grown up to use them in much different ways, which are terrible for the latter and much better for the former. Although, of course, that is culturally... there's some cultural variance in that, because in certain places in the East, cats and dogs aren't treated particularly well. They're treated similarly to the way the pigs and all that jazz are treated over here. But anyway, just a quick side note on that. Obviously, there's pros and cons to using tribalistic language. But yeah, I'll probably say that for another video. Although it is important for this. Positive contribution in terms of time and energy. In terms of time and energy as the metrics. Not necessarily impact, because as previously mentioned, that can attempt to be used as a kind of pseudo justification for extreme inequality or extreme reward for the person who supposedly had the impact, or maybe even did have the impact. Although of course that's never in isolation, or tends not to be in isolation. Well, it's never in complete isolation. But yes, relative to our capabilities and not too much consumption. What's a reasonable amount? And again, it's relative to our context, because people have certain illnesses will tend to consume more, and their kind of balance between contribution and consumption will be more likely to be more towards the consumption side of things. And I'm pretty sure I mentioned the whole, like, you can either go the Hitler route, the kind of eugenics route, like trying to eradicate certain subgroups of the population, but that tends not to be very good. Not just for those subgroups, which is obviously very bad, but also just in general for, attempting to attain some kind of peaceful environment. Not seeking power or excessive wealth. That's very vague, so it should be power over others, really. And what is excessive, Same question, or the same kind of question. Recognition of the negatives of fame. Such as potential drift towards kind of entitlement, so or potential entitlement, superiority complex, and potentially more likely, we'll always phrase as potentially more likely to consume much more demanding lifestyle that burns through a lot more resources, which have to be provided by other people spending or directing their time and energy, often in places such environments, such contexts that they would rather not be in, which has that butterfly effect of them potentially causing coping mechanisms in those people, and often the coping mechanisms, as already mentioned, tend to be very consumptive in themselves and forms a cycle of the vicious nature. Love / respect for others is important because it's fundamental to connection and also protects against compassionless acts. Maybe not completely compassionless as in less compassion, not as in completely without compassion. Weird how that kind of thing works, isn't it? That word. And I guess trust should be in there, which is one of the reasons trust for / in others. Another reason why AI could potentially have some extremely negative side effects. Maybe not even side effects, maybe effects, depending on how it's used. Because if we jack up systemic noise, then we could erode trust. And a society with not much trust or no trust is not necessarily going to be a good one. I say positive contribution because some contribution can be considered negative overall, and I always tend to go for this, creating bombs, etc. Need to come up with some more examples. I mean, yeah. There's lots of different contributions which could be considered negatives, or at least negative from certain perspectives. You could contribute by being in the army, for example. And if you're on the receiving end of that, then obviously that's going to be perceived as pretty bloody negative, depending upon what happens, of course. Consumption can also be considered good, depending upon what the consumption achieves. All technological and medical advancements have required consumption. Pretty much everything requires consumption, since we require consumption to live, not livelihood. Stop auto-incorrecting. Delete. And permanently delete. Goodbye. Another April 2022. It's important to note that not all consumption is necessarily bad. Consumption is, I'm getting deja vu here, necessary for innovation, whether that's new technology or medical breakthrough. Also, life requires consumption, which is pretty important. I mean, maybe, depending upon your perspective. At least according to those that are alive, lol. Righto, mate. Delete that one. And permanently delete that one. Okay, we're into May. We're getting there. Current values. At the moment we tend to value lots of money, lots of consumption. Social status often comes along with this, which is another thing that we tend to value. Systemic and legislative factors, whether system/legislation facilitates more or less negative consumption, more or less positive contribution, a larger or smaller sphere of compassion, what values it encourages. I should have got a glass of water first. That was not enough. Which is kind of the MO of capitalism, isn't it? That is not enough. It's never enough. I need more. Need more. Current system. Has a large discrepancy. There we go. In power, freedom, and access to resources. Changing to a more egalitarian system with less discrepancy in the, oh my god, I can't spell discrepancy. Oh my god, I definitely can't spell discrepancy. There we go. In the above, might be much better or much worse than the current system, depending upon how people react to having more freedom and access to resources. So I guess that's a little nod to what I said the cons or potential cons of UBI are. You know, if we maintain similar values to what we have at the moment, or at least the values that we're encouraged to have, then if UBI or something similar comes in and we give people access to resources, then they might try and attain the kind of Cribs-like picture of success, which essentially means that we're giving people access to resources and they're going to burn through the resources or burn through loads of resources, much more relative to the current system at the moment. So yeah, it's a potential issue. Although, as far as I know, the pilots so far have been pretty positive for UBI. That's something I'll have to do a bit more research into. But of course, adapting those values to something a little bit more sustainable and a little bit less negatively impactful on others would be obviously very positive. Innovations that help with contribution, consumption, etc. And one of the things is AI. AI could drastically reduce the amount of workload society has. And I've noticed that a lot of that's been framed as a negative. You know, AI is taking jobs. And that's not really, or at least it shouldn't be, because the AI is taking the jobs. You know, that should be a positive because it's reducing workload by a lot, or at least hopefully a lot. That should be a positive thing. It's the fact that the system doesn't have those kind of safety nets in place for the people who are losing their job. That's the real issue. That's the real problem behind that. Which is what I always think when I see anything about job losses. You know, in theory, it should be a good thing. It should be a good thing if we reduce the workload. We shouldn't be encouraging a larger workload. You know, people who are content and have passions in certain areas will naturally be inclined to work. and probably more so than people who are beaten over the head with a stick, figuratively or literally. Contentment. Ultimately, / preferably, with more positive contribution, etc. Ultimately, we need to give people time and energy and the ability to apply that time and energy in a positive, meaningful way. And again, all these things can be taken quite vaguely, like what is meaningful. Certain things are very meaningful to some people and completely meaningless to others, say. Let's get rid of that. May 2022. One of the main problems preventing us, or if not preventing us, then at the very least drastically slowing us down from achieving world peace, or as close to it as we can get to, is the maintenance of desperation through artificial scarcity, despite overproducing resources. And I'm pretty sure I've already mentioned that about, for example, Amazon destroying loads of perfectly good products, just purely because if they don't destroy it and give them away for free, then that's going to affect their future profits. And you hear about the kind of fields of cars that would have been perfectly good. And I remember seeing an article about, I think it was like 9 million push bikes being kind of dumped in China because people weren't using them as some kind of government incentive, I believe. It's been a while since I read that, but yeah, something along those lines. Essentially, a lot of perfectly good products are being chucked away, which means a lot of people's time and energy that was spent where they would rather not be, doing things they might not want to do, was spent there, or directed there, channeled there, whatever word you want to use, unnecessarily, because they produced perfectly good products which were then immediately thrown away. And that's pretty bad. That's not one to open. World peace narrative. More demand. Okay, this is not the demand. This is not the narrative for encouraging world peace. This is the opposite. I obviously wrote that so I could find this article or this note. It's definitely not an article. More demand is a good thing. C. Billionaire advice video. UK encouragement from political sphere during pandemic. Okay, that's just a little note to remind me where I've seen this kind of narrative being pushed. I believe this is quite an old video on Vice. If you're not seeing it, Vice is pretty good, or at least it used to be. I think he was a billionaire in Russia, if I remember rightly, or somewhere in those kind of parts. And that was essentially the kind of underlying narrative that was pushed by him. And again, I'm pretty sure I mentioned this during the video earlier, that there was a millionaire, so not a billionaire, but a millionaire in Sweden who had the same thing. The fact that he was saying, I've got these gardeners and I've got these nannies and all this other stuff, and all the jobs I'm creating, i.e. all the demand that I'm creating, all the resources I'm burning through. Look how good it is. And then the UK encouragement was from the political sphere during the pandemic was the whole incentive to eat out to help out. So increase our demand in order to help out. Nice one, Conservatives. Although whether that would have been pushed by Labour as well, who knows? But yeah, the narrative is not good. Unless you're a person who benefits from draining time and energy from the masses. And there are people who would benefit from that. So what's this? How much time will you spend direct? Yeah, I've obviously been indoctrinated by capitalism. That's too much. My language has been affected. Personal level doing X. Can we spend again? Yeah, direct. That time better. For example, I spend way, or at least I did back then. When was this? May 2022 as well. So I'm guessing this one would also been May 2022. I'm just going to put inhibiting of. Inhibiting. Way too much of my time on Reddit and YouTube. And on the sofa. Which is why I've not got it anymore. Well, not this one that was here. How long should it take a person to be able to afford to buy their own home? And that's not really a great question, because it depends on how much time and energy should a person have to contribute in order to be able to buy their own home. And of course it depends on the type of home, the size and all that stuff, the space, and a load of other aspects. But yeah, there's a lot of people who spend a lot of time and energy and don't have the best homes because passive income is a thing. Another May 2022. Capitulation / acquiescence versus self-defense. Pros and cons. Cons of the former, potential genocide. Cons of the latter, mis / disinformation. Might not be interpreted / understood as self-defense by the aggressor, continued conflict, and potentially eventual genocide. Okay, so what the hell was I talking about there? This is the problem with doing videos on notes that you wrote a long time ago. So essentially giving in versus defending oneself. And that should be cons, but auto incorrect adders up again. So the cons of giving in is okay. So yeah, this is it's kind of like tolerance versus intolerance. And then like, should we tolerate intolerance, or be intolerant of intolerance? Yeah, so if someone is an aggressor for whatever reason, if we give in, then this could happen, depending on what the aggressor's doing, of course. And the cons of the latter, mis / disinformation. So, okay, so self-defense could be perceived as, or either intentionally or accidentally, as an aggressive act. And there's obviously the issue of preemptive striking as well. preemptive self-defense, which is actually an aggressive act. So I guess that also comes down to disinformation. It's influenced by systemic noise. Another one from May 2022. Symptoms of loss of wealth/power. Higher potential of superiority, insecurity complexes. Because with great power comes great insecurity. Pretty sure I've got some notes on that. High potential of burning through much more resources, and therefore a higher contribution to anti-life pollutants. If a problem with superiority/insecurity complex, there's a higher potential, or potentially a higher potential, for a reduced sphere of compassion and more unempathetic, destructive beliefs/behaviors. How is unempathetic not a word? It is now. Symptoms of not enough wealth power. Higher potential of self/other destructive, oh my god, there we go. Coping mechanisms. We got it. Depending upon said coping mechanisms, potential for reduced sphere of compassion and more unempathetic. Oh my god. All I can think of is I need a drink. Is extremely warm right now. /destructive. Literally can't spell. Beliefs/behaviors. Compassionum. Yeah, so essentially it's kind of like a, which is the official sound of a bell curve, where if we're at one end or the other end, you can have similar kind of issues. And also this one I missed. Higher potential of, it's basically the opposite, so inferiority and security complexes. Or, doing things to make ourselves trying to feel better about our position on the socio-economic hierarchy, or just any hierarchy in general, really. Let's delete that. And again, the self/other destructive coping mechanisms could be some kind of consumption-based reaction, whether that's drugs or shopping or gambling. Of course, if we gamble and we win, that could be good, depending on what we do with it. Potential for reduced sphere of compassion, more, so depends on what the coping mechanisms are. Another one might be crime, theft. If we've not got enough wealth, and especially if we have some kind of addiction, that might be a strategy used to trying to satisfy said addiction. May 2022. World Peace questions. At least a few of them. If you were to design a society, how would it look? How would it work? Would it be anything like today's? And if so, or if not, why? And in what ways? What would you do similarly, and what would you do differently? So I think this was just going to be a question I was going to pop on stream, really, and get other people's feedback. But for me, hierarchy is obviously a major issue. Resource inequality is another one, and discontentment is another one, and the values, consumptive values, profit incentive, incentive for continuous growth, and there's just a few off the top of my head. There's probably more. Oh yeah, tribalistic language. Oh, I can't think. Tribalistic or negative. Tribalistic inducing language usage. May 2022. World peace in 4 sentences. Let's see how we can do. See how we do. The less we consume whilst still being able to maintain a good level of contentment, the more rapidly we can move towards world peace, and the more likely it is we'll be able to achieve it, or as close as we can. Every time I say that, that's what I mean. The more time and energy, so that's one sentence, we spend, once again, capitalist language, we direct. Sorry, I'll just use it for now. Contributing, we spend positively contributing towards society whilst still being able to maintain a good level of contentment. The more rapidly we can move towards world pace. we can increase the pace in which we move towards world peace. And the more likely it is we'll be able to achieve it. Alba. The more we can expand our sphere of compassion towards the ultimate positive form of tribalism, incorporating all sentience, the more rapidly we can move towards world peace, and the more likely it is we'll be able to achieve it. You see a recurring theme developing here. Just a word on game theory, because sometimes people try and justify doing negative things to others based upon perceived future negativity, e.g. bombing some people because someone thinks that in the future they may want to kill them. Conflict and war are one of the biggest black holes in terms of resources. Drastically, so warm. Drastically, where are I? Increasing our consumption and degrading / ending people's lives both now and in the future, as well as degrading the ecosystem we all rely upon to survive. I don't know why I said 4 sentences. We've got 3, and then this one's definitely a bit more than 4 sentences. There's a few in this one. All of this drastic increase in consumption also means a drastic decrease in the amount of time and energy people can put towards positive contribution towards, there's a lot towards their society. So it's a double whammy. In fact, did I even use a full stop? I think I deliberately didn't use a full stop on this, whereas I put one in here. Oh no, I did use a full stop. Ignore me. Attacking the foundations of world peace in 2 key fundamental areas. How's whammy not a word? It is now. As well as not showing compassion towards fellow people, and therefore undermining third crucial pillar required for world peace. Whenever negativity is done to another group of people, it creates the conditions for negativity to be reciprocated, since people who've had friends / family killed / maimed and then continue to live their lives surrounded by people they respect, telling them who did the killing / maiming, doesn't exactly lead to positive feelings towards said group. In other words, conflict / wars facilitate conflict / wars. Negativity facilitates negativity, at least in this circumstance. Of course, certain types of negativity might create positive reactions. For example, you could say that exercise has a certain kind of negativity to it, and it's a certain stress, but it's a stress that we can adapt to. So, whereas, you can adapt to certain things in conflict and wars, and there's certain positives that come out of it. For example, innovation. But can we achieve innovation without that, or the same level of innovation, if I can speak, or even more so without that? That would be ideal. But yeah, this kind of is essentially what I was saying about the whole kind of Hitler route, the eradication route, and how that most probably doesn't facilitate peace. But hopefully that's relatively obvious. Right, I'm going to pause this for a moment because I really need a drink. Right, we are back once again. And still on the same day. Bloody hellfire. Alright. So let's make sure we're in the right place. We are indeed. Okay, so May 2022. Some more May 2022s. So identity and tribalistic labels. What we label / believe about ourselves facilitates, and I think it's my favourite word, and reinforces those behaviours, making them potentially more likely to occur in the future. So kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So if we label ourselves a climber, we're more likely, or potentially more likely, to climb than if we didn't. Seems kind of obvious. Important though for other things. If we believe we're introverted, and we label ourselves an introvert, then we're more likely to adhere to whatever we consider, or whatever our perceptions are. And what have I got? I moved the thing now. Whatever we consider the behaviours of an introvert to be, or the general attributes of an introvert to be. Really, we're an amalgamation. That's a good word. I like that word. Amalgamation of what we believe about ourselves, whether good or bad, or a bit of both. Our beliefs manifest our behaviours, or often manifest our behaviours. The question is, because obviously context does as well, or not necessarily manifest, but influences or manipulates, depending on how we look at it. The question is, how do we change those beliefs if we want to? Went full Gollum there. We want it. Inhibit certain behaviours or facilitate other ones. If we don't want to be, in inverted commas there, an introvert, for example, the first thing I want to say is that that's not necessarily the only thing that causes us to be an introvert. Although it can be a self-fulfilling prophecy, there might be other things involved. So first, I think it's important, which is going to be more important for other things, or potentially more important for other things, depending on your kind of interactions with introversion. I've done a double gap there. Unbelievable. First, I think it's important to stop applying definitive labels to ourselves. Labels are a form of pathological, categorical thinking that narrow our field of possibilities for ourselves. And also, unless they're positive ones, I guess, categorical thinking. And also narrow our perceptions of ourselves and others. Let's put others by emphasising / focusing in on a particular aspect of a person, often to the detriment of other aspects, and therefore to the detriment of the bigger picture. This is especially important in those that are more susceptible to tribalism, things like racism is a form of tribalism. Tribalistic labels, ladles, facilitates in-group / out-group paradigms of thought that in turn facilitate division, conflict and war, and inhibit world peace. Therefore, tribalistic labels may also inhibit other positive behaviours, such as reducing the exploitation / suffering and premature death of other species of animals, of other sentient beings. So all in all, back tribalistic labels. Identity is fluid based on context and the beliefs we hold about ourselves. So that is allow our behaviors to be more fluid and not limit them within a box of our own creation. That disallows more positive behaviors due to the unfortunate and misguided application of a pathological categorical label. Okay, cool. And this can also apply to mental health problems, though again, as I said, that might not be the only necessarily the only thing that contributes to said health problems. So for example, depression, our own thoughts about that can perpetuate it, maybe exacerbate it. I've noticed, I don't really watch many of his videos, well in fact I don't really watch any of his videos, but I have seen little clips, and one of the things that my mate said that Andrew Tate says is that, or he seems to imply, is that you can just think your way out of depression, for example, which I disagree with. As I say, I think it can be potentially a self-fulfilling prophecy. It could be the only input that causes it, but there could also be other inputs, so you can't really think your way out of other inputs if it's other inputs that are causing the problem. But again, I don't really watch his videos, so whether that's what he actually says, I don't really know. I don't really follow him. Do I say it? Yeah, go on then. So whilst on the subject of Andrew Tate, I noticed that he, from what I know about him, he kind of encourages people to maybe be better versions of themselves in certain ways, I don't know, but also kind of he basically lives the Cribs lifestyle, doesn't he, by the looks of things, and he's got tons of like possessions and burns through a crap ton of resources like private jets, and or at least flies on private jets. I don't know if he owns them or not, and yeah, that's, I would say, very detrimental to society if he's influencing other people to basically try and attain the same kind of goal. He's basically influencing and kind of moulding other people's own ideas of success to be something that's way more resource intensive and burns through way more resources. So if that is the case, which it seems like it might be, from my very limited exposure to this guy, then obviously I would say that's extremely damaging. But yeah, that's just a little aside, but his name cropped up. So it's another one from May 2022. What values facilitate peace? What values don't? Encouragement / aspiring. No way. This is kind of relative to, or related to what I just said. Encouragement or aspiration to consume tons of resources. Worship of those that do. Some people seem to worship people who burn through a crap ton of resources, which could be some kind of celebrity-esque status, not necessarily in just the kind of film world, which is where that tends to be used, or entertainment world generally, but also in like the business world, I guess. Some people worship certain CEOs and whatnot, who, as aforementioned, often tend to burn through a crap ton of resources and live extremely demanding lifestyles, which have to be catered to by other people's time and energy. Honouring those that kill on an offensive. Authority figures / power. should make distinction between authority as in mastery level of a subject and authority as in a position of authority based on hierarchy. Though not necessarily mutually exclusive. I am absolutely roasting again. This cup of tea is probably not open. Okay, blood sugars are not too bad. The former, I think, is valuable, while the latter, not so much. Yes, obviously authority can be used multiple ways. Some people are authorities on a subject, i.e. they've spent a lot of time kind of researching or, depending on what the subject is, developing a skill in that area. Whereas authority is also used as someone who's in a position of power and maybe dictates/delegates to others. Okay, let's get rid of that. And of course, both may be true. So what's this? Matriarch versus patriarchy. UBI democratization of the workplace, which UBI would facilitate because it gives more leverage to those without leverage, and potential switch from patriarchy to matriarchy. The former two I definitely support. The latter I don't necessarily agree with. Because it overrepresents one subsection of the population and underrepresents another. And also, I also like the idea of dismantling hierarchies. Generally makes for an interesting thought experiment, though. Imagine if there were a worldwide blanket ban on men in any kind of political or financial positions of power, and to avoid selection bias, since women who seek positions of power and wealth are more likely to end up in them if we don't do something to protect against this. Oh wow, no spelling there, mistakes. Women occupying said positions of power would be selected at random, maybe with certain criteria like a threshold for intelligence/empathy, although intelligence is so broad and it's like, how do you measure it? I guess the same could be said for empathy. Though this brings in the issue with any kind of regulation, who gets to regulate? What about their biases? And who regulates the regulators? Still, based upon statistics of violence found in Demonic Male's book. Okay, this must have been about the time I was reading that then, which I would have to revisit because it's been a while. Who wrote that? Can't remember. I think it was an anthropologist. I remember it being a pretty good book though. Having women in positions of power may drastically facilitate world peace as compared to men. I guess as a general rule of thumb, men tend to be more aggressive. Though of course there are cases within women. But statistically, that seems to be the case. So if they were to be put in positions of power, but as I say, I'm not necessarily for that, because I like this, dismantling hierarchies. I like empowering the disempowered. And more from May 2022. Combat sports and games as an outlet for the urge for violence. Note, not saying everyone who does them is violent or wants to be. Yeah, that's pretty important to state. Manufactured tribalism, essentially, but without too much negativity. So, and with positivity rather. In some cases, paintballing, for example, airsoft, etc. Rather than actual negative tribalism. So it's just like an outlet, basically. An outlet. What about problematic sexual urges? I'm not sure what words get you kind of, I don't know, shut down on YouTube. Well, not necessarily shut down, but I've seen a lot of people who say that certain words kind of, I don't know, shadow ban you or whatever. But just in case that was one, I kind of didn't really say that much. And I imagine these would. So, what safe outlets can be used for them that won't facilitate actual engagement in said urges? So this comes back to the kind of simulation. So does simulation inhibit? I'm a little bit tired now, so writing's not really my forte. Actual engagement, just put that. Actual engagement. I've already got it, but does simulation inhibit actual engagement? Or does it facilitate it? Facilitate it further? And I imagine that would be different depending on the person. But statistically, what's better? I don't really know. I don't know if that's been studied. I haven't the foggiest about that, to be honest. But yeah, these are essentially outlets. I mean, these are essentially simulations. Not really simulations, but you know what I mean. So yeah, it's just applying it to different potentially negative or actually negative acts in order to try and mitigate them, or ideally stop them entirely. And of course, what are the root causes? That's also a question always worth asking. Okay, so I've done that one. Yeah, 2022. Add the glorification of the military. And are humans intelligent enough to achieve world peace? Again, depends on the definition. Requires improvement of perception away from negative tribalism. Towards or to positive tribalism. Requires not seeking status / power above others, and a general reduction in power / resource disparity, which for some means overcoming fear and insecurity, since some people hoard because they're worried for the future. And replacing them with trust and camaraderie. Requires... Alright. I spelled that incredibly wrong. Requires giving people the means to live so that some of them don't resort to crime as a survival strategy. So UBI should help with that. And then ... military, what am I doing here? Military, sacrifice, detachments of killing, drones now. Easier to press a button to blow people up and do it in person and watch. Okay, well, I've got the graphic here. UBI in mitigating these jobs. Yeah, because I think a lot of people would turn those kind of jobs down if they had the means to kind of survive and live an okay quality of life or a decent quality of life without being kind of forced into some kind of work. And this was, yeah, basically just I think that applies to guns as well. I know that in America, obviously, they're legal, or at least I don't know if it's all states. I imagine it might be. I think it's easier. That's probably why the people in America, or why America is kind of struggling with things like mass shootings and things like that. It's basically, I'm pretty sure I've mentioned it before in this video about seeing behaviour as like a chemical reaction. So you've got things that either increase the activation energy and make it less likely that behaviours happen, or decrease the activation energy and make it more likely that things happen. And I think having guns legalised decreases the activation energy of shootings and things like that, which obviously makes sense. And I think their stats compared to most of the world are pretty poor in that regard, though I don't know if there's any exceptions. But yeah, it's easy to press a button to blow people up. So with the drones now, much like it's easier to press a button than maybe go up and get up close and personal. And also you can do more damage with a gun. Or it's easier or it tends to be easier to do a lot more damage. So, but that's kind of a whole other topic, I would say. Though of course it is related to world peace. Let's continue. May 2022. So everything is based entirely on luck. Society has turned out the way it has because of power/resource discrepancy. Those with more power/resources have them because of luck. Those that have less don't have them because of luck. Solving world issues in large part comes down to solving their neurological issues that will then allow us to reduce power/resource discrepancy to a level that people consider reasonable, though opinions on what's considered reasonable will differ. Probably been much easier to say that. Reasonability is subjective. Those with lots of power/resources at the moment will most likely have a different view to those without. Apparently had the bracket there. Other problems come down to other neurological problems, some of which are a part of, or what time did I write this thing? It's not late. I think it's just supposed to be some of which are a part of or are related to the above. Whew, it's warm. Such as a sense of detachment, problems with empathy, compassion, connection, a sense of superiority, issues with fear and insecurity, problems with trust, and issues with anger/aggression. Do we need a level of power discrepancy or disparity in order to force people to work against their will? Would society collapse if this wasn't the case? So essentially, do we need the system as it is now, with a power/resource discrepancy or disparity? Don't know why it's capitalised that. Good old auto-incorrect. In order to force people to work against their will. Essentially, do we need the stick of capitalism? Or the stick wielded by capitalists against the majority? So obviously the majority of people aren't capitalists. Would the workload be met in the places it needs to be met, at the times it's supposed to be met, if we didn't have this kind of stick being held over everyone's head? I would like to think that it would be met, but I don't know for sure. It's pure speculation. I think as a general rule of thumb, the vast majority of people want to contribute more than they consume. It's just the knowledge of how much we consume versus the positives of how much we contribute. Ooh, this is a note. We moved on to a different month, June 2022. A world peace word cloud this time. So we'll no doubt see words that we've seen quite frequently. Contribution, consumption, compassion. Stop auto-incorrecting. Perception. Philosophy of chill. Language of chill. So that's the old lack of tribalistic, definitive, stereotypical, pathologically categorical labels. Values / aspirations / success versus failure. So our perception of what success is versus what we perceive failure to be. / what we celebrate / celebrity. Narratives, agendas, propaganda, which I think is interesting because obviously we've, well, at least I have, grown up entirely in a capitalist system, so I will have been subjected to capitalist propaganda, which would involve both kind of bigging up capitalism whilst also denigrating any other system. And that will obviously be intended to influence my views on the whole debacle. Positive tribalism, negative tribalism, categorization, healthy versus pathological, which are categories in of themselves. Category is also a category. Nothing is non-categorical because then they're in the category of non-categorical. Hey, autocorrect actually worked this time. ... which makes them a category. Okay. Superiority / entitlement versus inferiority. I guess the other one would be poor self-worth / self-esteem. Courage / fear, because as I say, some people hoard wealth or hoard resources because they're worried for the future. I also find that kind of interesting. I saw, I'll probably try and refrain from names, but a guy is pretty well celebrated in the kind of fitness industry, and I remember him saying that he's trying to accumulate loads of wealth basically to help his son, which makes sense. But at the same time, it's kind of like, once you go beyond a certain kind of level of wealth, what level is that wealth? It's almost like you're saying that you don't think your son's going to be capable of making his own way in the world. It's like, have faith in your offspring. But yeah, again, what level of wealth is that? Will depend upon how you think society is going to go, I guess, as well as many other factors. Trust, distrust, contentment versus stress, anger, aggression, violence. Although I think maybe putting these or pitting them against each other is not necessarily entirely correct. I probably should have just gone with discontentment. So I think you can be angry and content at the same time. Sometimes anger can be used as a fuel for good. But we'll leave that in there for now anyway. These are all notes after all. And we've got what? Power, status, freedom / autonomy, resources, of which power is a resource, status is a resource, and freedom is a resource. So yeah, resources. Susceptibility or immunity. So positive versus negative. Immunity is not quite the word I want. Like resistance. That's probably a better word out there. propaganda, narratives / agendas, susceptibility to resource conservation versus burning, susceptibility to positive contribution versus detraction, and susceptibility to the above emotions, which I imagine I meant these things. Crisis facilitates power / wealth concentration unless said crisis is a revolution because of said concentration in order to try and redistribute it, like a chemical reaction trying to reach an equilibrium. Think of Monopoly. What happens if people lose resources? The least affected are those with the most. Real life example. Coronavirus. What happens to all the little businesses? Well, not all, but a lot. Disproportionately, one might say. More likely to close down. Less competition, which leads to less competition for big corporations. Stock market goes up, land goes up, power / resource concentration. Behavior, carrot and stick. How carroty the carrot. Apparently that's not a word, but it should be. How sticky the stick. Freedom versus regulation. Obviously that's an interesting balance because, as probably mentioned, freedom for one person is slavery or lack of freedom for another. But the problem with regulation is it tends to lead to a lot of bureaucracy, which tends to drain time and energy and resources generally as well. So there's issues with both of those. Individual variation, which has the most issues. Individual variation as to the perceptions of carrot and stick, and variation within an individual over time. So what people might consider a carrot might, well, basically it's people's like motivations is what I'm getting at. They change over time, or they tend to. Game theory. Acting with others. At least that's what I assumed that I was talking about. As I said, it was a few years ago, so. Perceive. So game theory. Acting with others, or reacting with others' perceived actions or reactions in mind. So really that should be re. Lights, camera, reaction. So this leads to like preemptive strikes, taking / holding resources, etc. Related. At what point is a decision our own? This influenced by context. I mean, it's always influenced by context. So what am I on about? to what extent is the decision our own versus influenced by content would be better, I think. To what extent, because that's better. That should be placed last or second. So things like prostitution, violent sports, etc. Things that involve actual / potential risk if harm to the... Wait, what? Risk or harm? Maybe it's supposed to be or to the self or others. Should we be discouraging these things? Depends on a person's perception and consented violence. So yeah, it basically just brings up the issue of, or the idea of consent. And how did I do that? Why did I do that? I'll get me that over here. The relationship between the philosophy of chill and the fact that everything is entirely based upon luck, and the idea of consent. At what point is consent legitimate? Versus contrived. Persons versus contrived by circumstance. At what point is consent illegitimate due to external manipulation, e.g. individual / culture? At what point is consent / decision where have we gone? Decision making. Whatever that means. Legitimate versus a form of contextual abuse. Decision making is never our own. We can't make a decision without context. We at most play / have a partial role in decision making. At what point is a person engaging in something risky, a mental illness? Which involves a few different continuum conundrums, because we've got the continuum of risk, continuum of what's healthy versus pathology, and the continuum of our own role in decision making versus context, contextual roles. There's a lot of different interacting continuums there, which makes it even more of a conundrum, one might say. What? The heat's driving us insane. To quickly shoot up again as well. Uno momento. I think we need too much. You bastard. There we go. If you made it this far, well, bloody done, oh boy. I think if anything, this is like could be a case study on like mild obsessive compulsive disorder or something. I don't know whether I already said that or not. I don't have any other issues like turning lights switches on and off or whatever, but maybe that's just a stereotype that's completely wrong, or wrong in a lot of cases. If so, I do apologise. I've never really researched that particular health issue. Wait, why did I do that? It's not nowhere near finished yet. Mental illness. So why are so warm in here right now? Why are people concerned about prostitution? Oh, not. I don't want to say all people. Why a lot? I would say a lot of people are. A lot of people. Maybe it's less than I think. Because it's often a power resource imbalance. That causes majoritively females to engage in it. It might be perceived to devalue. I need to edit this a little bit, I think. Or be perceived to be devalue. No, actually doesn't make sense in the context of the rest of the sentence. Devalue, let me finish that first. An important aspect of a stable relationship. It might. And then yeah, be perceived to. Put that there. Then again, that all depends on what we consider a good relationship. General norm at the moment is majoritively monogamy. But will that be the case forever? All depends on people's perceptions. But perceptions are also something shaped by context. So at what point is the development of a particular perception a form of contextually induced abuse? Masochistic, sadistic. At what point is the development of particular, I remember to do it this time, reactions a form of contextually induced abuse that people outside of said context should try and intervene in, or at least the immediate context, dependent upon the extent of harm caused to either the self and or others. What time did I write this? This feels like it's only 5 to 11 I wrote this. This is the kind that I expect to write at like 2 in the morning. Or somewhere around there. So for others. So again, perception comes into play here. If a person engaged in prostitution, I know I put an A in there, Chushan, enjoys it and also maintains healthy relationship / life generally outside of work, who are we to question this? Then again, contentment exists on a spectrum as well. Are they as content as they would be without? I don't know why I started focusing on this. Prostitution. I guess because it's a bit of a taboo. And taboos tend to be quite interesting. Being an aspect of their lives. Related Stockholm syndrome. Most people would consider their consent a form of contextually induced abuse. I'll just end it there. Well, I don't end it there. There's still some more stuff. I end that kind of particular part of the topic there. I think prostitution is quite an interesting one because a lot of it tends to be looked down upon, which is interesting because I guess from like a kind of historical perspective, in terms of a female, a woman, if they were to be sleeping around, they're more likely to have, there was no contraception back in the day, so I guess we're kind of biologically programmed to be like, oh, risk reward in terms of, if they're going to have kids, are they going to be ours, kind of thing. So I guess that's why we're kind of biologically primed to be against that kind of, behaviour in for women. Whereas, of course, in modern day context, contraception is available, so that doesn't really play a role as such. But of course, there's other aspects to this entire thing, and I think this is probably deserves its own kind of video series, maybe, as well as other taboos. Excuse me. But that's kind of adjacent. It's kind of related, but not what this is really getting at, which is, at what point, to what extent is a decision our own versus influenced by context. So even if we enjoy certain things on the kind of spectrum of enjoyment, we can always be trying to seek something better, essentially. That's not where I was wanting to go with that. I'm a little bit tired now, to be honest. So just scrap that. Not what I just said there. We'll come back to that when I'm a little bit more awake. I think it's the heat as well. It's knocking us out. Lifespan. Mental wellness versus mental health issues. Oh, in us. And then the same ditto, but in others. Environmental wellness versus environmental contextual health issues. And therefore, as in others. Entitlement. I'll have versus could I have. That's, I find this quite interesting. So I've been working in retail for the last, quite a few years now, actually. 8 years, something like that. Bloody hellfire. And obviously I've been thinking about kind of the spectrum of superiority complex to inferiority complex in the kind of relationship between that and hierarchy. And obviously with the kind of superiority complex, you've got the whole kind of thing about entitlement. And I think like a subtle or relatively subtle indication of someone who's potentially more entitled, potentially more towards the kind of superiority complex end of the spectrum is if they go into the shop. If you notice someone going into a shop and saying "I'll have" versus "could I have," I think that's very interesting. Because one is "I will have" versus one is "could I have." And I don't know whether it's confirmation bias or what, but I've noticed that the people who tend to say "I'll have" also tend to be kind of the ones that are maybe typically more towards kind of hoarding wealth kind of side of things, or at least appear to be on the outside. Obviously, when you're in retail, you don't really get to know people as such, but you do interact with a lot of people, and some people a lot of times. But yeah, I think that's very interesting. I don't know whether anyone else has kind of done any research into that, the kind of the subtleties in language and what they might mean for those kind of things. But yeah, I just think it's interesting. So I mean, if you want to, maybe have a bit of self-analysis and see what you use. It'd be kind of interesting. Do we normally go up and say "I'll have," "I will have," or do we normally say "could I have"? It's one of the very few things that have interested me in retail. There's not a lot that does. Majoritively or entirely. I guess a less subtle thing would be, it would be entitlement, wouldn't it? For example, leaving stuff in random places. You pick it up at one end of the shop and drop it in another. But yeah, that's not as subtle as this. I really like this little distinction there. Obviously, it doesn't necessarily mean that, but I think it's a good indicator. Majoritively or entirely from a person getting their own way for a lot of things, or wanting to get their own way for a lot of things. Problem with this is when things then don't go their way, problems arise. Entitlement also facilitates hierarchy, and therefore a reduction in other people's freedoms, such autonomy. Social status is sought when an individual I'm phrasing it as or tends to be, or is always tends to be, when an individual doesn't value themselves, thus may be, this, so I got screwed by auto incorrect then as well, maybe because others have never expressed value in them, and this would be especially potent if it was people close to the individual, parents, guardians, friends, peers, or it's sought as a meeting strategy, maybe. This one is more difficult to deal with, or potentially more difficult to deal with. If a female is more likely to form a romantic, I feel like I'm trying to emulate an anthropologist or something. If a female, I'm going very bloody David Attenborough, and here we have the female Homo sapien. They're attempting to form a romantic relationship with the male, and the male's entitlement is a mating strategy which has been proved to be effective in this particular circumstance. Yes, I'm getting a little bit tired, can you tell?
romantic relationship with a male because they have a higher status, then they are unwittingly, maybe, encouraging whatever strategies may be employed in order to achieve said status. Survival, thrival, proliferation strategies, especially those employed by people at either end. How's thrival not a word? Of the socio-economic spectrum / bell curve. E.g. on one hand, crimes of consumption due to resource abundance. On the other, crimes of trying to consume due to resource scarcity. Negative. Obviously, these aren't actual crimes. Because there is no limit on consumption, there is no crime of consumption that I know of. You can burn through as many resources as one may, burn through as many resources as one lacks, as long as they have the means. It does not matter what those repercussions may be. Maybe those repercussions are worse than your generally thought of crimes, the crimes that come to mind. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of like indirect negativity. Or kind of direct, but also indirect. A butterfly effect of negativity, which may be roughly equal to, or maybe worse than some of the more direct negativity that is considered a crime. For example, if you were to consume tons of burn through tons of resources, and therefore drain tons of time and energy from other people, forcing them into places where they would rather not be, doing things that they'd rather not be doing, as well as all the pollutants, air, water, food, etc., that are released from said activities or reactivities. And you take that would probably be a lot worse than, say, someone who's punched someone. Maybe not necessarily from the perception from the perspective of the person that's been punched, but of course, if someone was punched that's not in a kind of sport context, a consensual context, then that would be considered a crime, whereas the burning through of an absolute crap ton of resources is not considered a crime. Anyway, I'm digressing. This is a long enough note as it is. Where are we at? Negative competition versus cooperation. Strategies to deal with perception of / actual resource scarcity. Talking v listening. Input v output. Perception of importance in regards to these. Both as communication, also in regards to, I put action, but of course we mean reaction. Importance of our, once again, reactions versus others, or in cooperation with others. Another example, crossing paths who gives way. Any effort made to give way by either party, how much. Effort. Intelligence and categorical thinking. And of course, intelligence as a category in and of itself. Behavior as a chemical reaction, which I think is a good model to think about behavior. All thoughts and behavior is reaction. I guess all sensations, everything is a reaction, really, isn't it? Everything is a reaction apart from the very first action, if there was one. That's bonkers to think about. I don't know how long this video is going to take to upload. It's going to be bloody long. It's going to be really long. Holy moly. Top 3 things in this note. CCC. Important considerations in political voting. Key point actions, but of course we know it's reactions. Speak louder than words. Reactions speak louder than words. Yeah, so where's the start of this bloody note? The CCC, contribution, consumption, and compassion. So yeah, in relationship to politics. I mean, I'm probably mentioned this already. I'm not sure, but we can look at kind of like the people within a certain party, especially the people towards the top of the said party, and see what their contribution is like in terms of time and energy. I think it's the best metric. In terms of their consumption, and in terms of where they kind of show their compassion. You know, who's included, who's excluded, if there's an exclusion. And for my own kind of way of thinking, I tend to look for, obviously, people who try and contribute a lot in terms of time and energy, people who don't tend to burn through too many resources, and people who tend to not exclude certain people, or certain subgroups of people from compassion. So, you know, for example, if I was in America, I wouldn't vote for Donald Trump because I'm not sure what his contribution is like. Maybe he might be a bit of a workaholic, so I might be really good. Well, I'm not saying being a workaholic's good, but in terms of time and energy contributed, it might be quite high. So that's a big tick for him, assuming what he's doing is positive contribution. I don't really know what his lifestyle is like, but I imagine it's pretty demanding on others and burns through an absolute crap ton of resources. Obviously, I allow for the fact that when people are in those positions of power, consumption tends to go up at least a little bit because they have to go to 10 meetings and whatnot. Well, yeah. But yeah, just like looking at their lifestyles beforehand. This way of doing kind of voting in politics, though, is going to become very difficult when AI gets good at kind of faking stuff. So that's one thing I do agree with Donald Trump on fake news and the problems that's going to cause, or most likely going to cause. Because then you could have someone who does very low contribution, has very high consumption, and only seems to care about themselves. But you could get AI to generate loads of stuff which kind of shows the opposite. And of course, vice versa. You could have someone who contributes loads, has a very low consumption, and tends to not exclude people from kind of benefits. Tries to make everyone's life better, kind of thing. And then you could get AI to do to show the opposite of that. So that is a definite issue that's probably going to be with us within the next few years by the looks of things. But yeah. Oh yeah, I guess on the subject of I went through the contribution and consumption, but the compassion side of things, another reason why I want to vote for Donald Trump is the whole wall thing. It's all division. Label people as illegal aliens, and then therefore try and create this kind of pseudo justification for subjecting them to more negativity than otherwise. But yeah. Where were we? Belief in stability. Belief of / instability. Not instability, but instability. And facilitating. Stability. Cultural / social norms. In regards to CCC. And then, what are positive versus destructive ones? Types of holiday, aspirations for retirement, aspirations generally, or consumptive aspirations generally, or severely consumptive, but again, what is severe? Severely consumptive aspirations generally, and foods, etc. And deserve praise, criticism, credit, debt in relation to the philosophy of chill. Plow. So basically, everything being based entirely upon luck. And I think we'll call that here for now because I need to go cool off. It's so warm, and it's also gone 1 in the morning, so I probably need some sleep. So yeah, catch you soon. Alright, ladies and gents, we are back. Another day, another note. And we are on July 2022. So ultimately, what we're after here is the lowest negative demand possible, while still being able to be content. The highest positive contribution possible, while still being able to be content. And the largest sphere of compassion or circle of care possible. You guessed it, while still being able to be content. And then having a system that facilitates the above. And this is both individually and systemically. Obviously that's left a few bits and bobs out, such as what about intolerance? Compassion for the intolerant. What are the root causes? Root causes of intolerance. That's probably a better one. How's that one done? Nice short one to begin with. Excellent. Most excellent. So July 2022. our recognition of the inevitability of everything can facilitate world peace. Inevitably. So again, the philosophy of chill. So inevitability. Inevitability is recognition of the lack of free will, or the fact that we're kind of all within the constraints of cause and effect. If you want to phrase it less, maybe I should come up with a more positive way of phrasing it rather than the lack of something. People don't like lacking in things. Facilitates the, unless it's a bad thing, superiority, and even then that's not necessarily the case. And inferiority, facilitates dismantling of superiority and inferiority complexes, and highlights the fundamental flaws in credit and blame. Though I think it's still nice to give credit to positive reactions, even if they were inevitable. So yeah, I'm kind of, I guess, applying some asymmetry there, somewhat, in favour of the more positive thing. A lot of negativity is brought into the world through these things. There may be some positive as well. Can we achieve the same or more positivity without them? I reckon yes. And I feel there's a bracket missing there. There is a bracket missing there. Celebrate differences and similarities. That's very vague. It depends what they are. Right. Get rid of that one. These are all out of order. There we go. World Peace says, hang on, July 2022 again. World Peace through the lens of values. If a lot of people value having lots of material possessions and using lots of services, especially resource intensive ones like holidays abroad, planes, etc. And world peace becomes less and less likely in regards to consumption. More suffering becomes more and more likely. Obviously, there are positives about kind of going around the world, experience different cultures, realise that we're all very similar in kind of what matters. So yeah, there are positives to be had, as well as having some interesting experiences. But in terms of consumption, that's not great. So if people value lives of so essentially if people value lives of high consumption, then that inhibits world peace and facilitates conflict and war, and all the lovely stuff that comes with it. Similarly, if people value / seek low positive contribution in terms of time and energy contributed towards society, then that also inhibits world peace and facilitates conflict and wars. Also, people either don't value themselves or value themselves too much, then that can cause destructive world peace inhibiting behaviors, such as, I put actively but reactively seeking power / consumptive lifestyles to either compensate for a lack of self-value or because of a sense of entitlement to these things. And on the flip side of that, if people don't value other sentience much / at all, then this can also cause world peace inhibiting behaviors, again facilitating conflict and wars, because they tend facilitating as not valuing. I'm just going to add this myself. I mean, I did everything myself, but this is new. As not valuing other forms of sentience often leads to more consumptive behavior. Right, through a systemic lens, if negative consumption is encouraged / facilitated, if positive contribution is discouraged / inhibited, if a healthy balance of self-value isn't reached, and if other sentience is dismissed, or again done actively but reactively attacked in some manner, then world peace is much less likely within this system, and conflict, wars and suffering is much more likely. And the reverse is true. So questions from this: what is a reasonable / healthy / positive amount of consumption contribution in terms of time and energy and sphere of compassion, circle of care for other sentience? Also, in what ways does the current system facilitate / inhibit these things, and what can we implement to facilitate positive consumptive / contributive implement to facilitate positive consumption / contributive and compassionate practices? framework. When was this? July again. Framework for world peace. Bloody auto incorrect again. What caused us to make the first decision we ever made? What does this mean for free will? What does this mean for credit / blame? Praise / criticism? Entitlement. How does this influence our perception of similarity / difference, and therefore our sense of spelling? No, our sense of tribalism and compassion in relation to compassion. What is a reasonable / sustainable amount of positive contribution, consumption for us to have in our lifestyles? What metric should we measure this by? Why the metric or metrics we have chosen? What does this mean for world peace? Or facilitating it, at least. Lots of questions, eh? Lots of questions. That's what we like. Alright. New month, new note, August 2022. Conflict and wars are one of the biggest resource black holes, and the more resources we burn through, the more likely conflict and wars will develop / continue. So in a sense, they're kind of self-fulfilling. Not necessarily self-fulfilling, but self-facilitating, shall we say. I forgot my water again. God damn it. Also more pollutants, so more health problems from that perspective as well. Which in turn burns through even more resources, with healthcare being another massive black hole of resources. Or black hole for time and energy and other resources. Though wars, conflict and wars are very good for what we're taught is good, which is job creation. One of the best ways of creating jobs, in fact. So alternatives instead of conflict and war: destroy, hate, division, kindness / unity. Problem could be that it's perceived as a weakness or stupidity rather than a strength. Despite this, I still think it's the better of the options. The whole don't take my kindness for weakness idea, which I believe is, well, it's definitely a lyric from Dilated Peoples. Which have some cracking songs I highly recommend. Right, new month, new note, September. Step. September 2022. The idea of a lack of free will or inevitability. Could say fate, but it sounds a bit woo-woo-y. Woo-woo. It is extremely important for world peace. Because if we don't believe in free will and free till, free will, and still discriminate against certain subsections of sentience, then we're basically saying that we're okay with punishing the innocent, inflicting pain and or premature death on the innocent. Nice and positively phrased. Well done, past me. So again, September 2022. Each product and service is made of people's time, energy, freedom. Thank you. Health, quality of life, and lifespan in some respects. Some said people okay, yeah. For some have said people. This is why commas are important. For some said people said product / service will reduce, and for some it may increase. Each product and service also impacts future generations, again, some negatively, some positively. Mindful consumption to facilitate world peace. Think about the entire life / death cycle of a product / service and its impact. Something we're not really encouraged to do, I don't think. Because if we are encouraged to, be a bit more mindful in terms of consumption, then that means less profits, and as we know, that is not good. Not good at all, no. Alright. Okay, sugars are right. For September, subsections of sentience are only subsections because we've assigned certain sentience into sections, which is useful for some things, but not for compassion and moving towards world peace. / more freedom, more time and energy available to do the things we value with the animals and non-animals we value. And that's kind of just the similar idea of the tribalistic language as mentioned previously, and how that can facilitate division. Where are we at? Oops. Left my phone on loud. Oops, daisy. Okay. September 2022. I put animals in positions we want to be in. I should put other animals. And that puts us Oh, I already included that. This is why I should read ahead. The human animal. In positions we don't want to be in. Pandemics. Burning through resources. Go through the pandemic and generally facilitates conflicts and wars, more pain and suffering. Lovely. September. And again, this is to do with philosophy of Geo. So we accept that we can't help the way we look. The next step is to accept that we can't help the way we think, or what we think, or what we do. Everything is a reaction, including if we decide to try to change the way we think, what we think, or what we do, in order to prove that we can help the way we think, what we think, or what we do. So we can't help whether we thought to do that, or did it, or what the outcome was. Or in other words, we can't help that we try to prove that we can help what we think or do. Good old cause and effect. The thing is, people like autonomy, so I'm wondering if that's why that idea hasn't kind of taken off. Which I guess is another reason why people should be questioning the system, because a lot of people don't have autonomy, even if the illusion of autonomy, as mentioned in the workplace, for example. Okay, so we can delete that one now. Ooh, we're into October. Excellent. Destructive ideas implanted by modern society. Especially beneficial for capitalists. Buy all the designer, throw away shit. Have loads of possessions, big old mansion, fancy cars, lots of glamorous holidays, tons of consumption generally. So living the crib's life, and consumption equals profits. But consumption also equals destruction, pollutants, health problems, deprivation of freedom / autonomy, depending upon what we're buying here and what perspective we're taking. Reduction in quality of life and lifespan. Destructive ideas about contribution. Glamorization of people in positions of power. Power for one means slavery for others. Wait a minute. Glamour like that? Is it not that? Is that the American way? I think it might be. Ah, sod it. Powerful one is less freedom for others. Compassion. Not too many destructive ideas on this. Most people agree showing kindness is better than cruelty. Though the majority of the population tend to exclude most sentience from the acts of kindness. Okay, that's that one done. October again. Philosophy of chill. People worship and world peace. The pros of worshipping people, I guess. Depends what said person is being worshipped for and what form said worship takes. But there's definitely a lot. I'm not sure whether I agree with this. That's probably why I put I guess. I mean, that just sounds a bit too kind of subservient, doesn't it? You could maybe... worship's probably not the right word. You can admire positive aspects of people. For sure. But yeah, worship's a bit... maybe a bit much. There's a lot of negativity, definitely a lot of negativity brought into the world through the worship of people, and often the worship ends up being regretted after the worshipped do something or are discovered to have already done something deemed negative. Also see the whole statue debacle in the fairly recent past. I'm sure it's still going on. How about we make cool statues instead of ones of people? Like dragons and shit. Or like robotic minotaurs, or yeah. There's quite a lot of options. Rather than constantly, we seem to make statues of people and then people kick off and then they end up getting taken down. It's just a giant waste of time and energy and resources. The knowledge of a lack of free will helps to facilitate no worshipping of people, since anything positive they have or will do is entirely inevitable and entirely down to luck. The same also goes for anything negative, which facilitates forgiveness, empathy and understanding. Every time I want to delete a note, I have to go into it twice. Okay. We're steadily getting there. Oh, God. Oh, sorry. Shit. My apologies there. Do-do-do. Hopefully I don't clobber it as well. Okay, that's not really relevant. November 2022. Barriers to world peace. Scarcity, perceived scarcity. Related aspirations to consume. Aspirations for fame, which usually comes with a large helping of consumption as well. Negative tribalism. Perceived negative tribalism. Interesting how perceived scarcity can result in scarcity. E.g. during the pandemic, people in the UK remember this bonkers, thought there'd be a shortage of toilet roll. Lots of people therefore went out to hoard said resource, resulted in a temporary shortage toilet roll, or at least a shortage toilet roll in the supermarket. A shortage in terms of accessibility. So it's interesting how perception helps shape reality. Similarly, perceiving others to have some form of negative tribalism may cause or be a factor in the development of negative tribalism within ourselves. Try and remember what I meant by that. Oh. I guess what I probably meant was perceiving someone to have negative tribalism was perceiving someone else to have less empathy or compassion, and therefore sometimes it's difficult to have empathy and compassion for people who are struggle with empathy and compassion, because they tend to do things which aren't too pleasant to other people or other animals, and it's hard to recognise that that's just one aspect of them, and as previously discussed, all aspects are out of our control, fundamentally speaking. I'm gonna leave it there for now because I'm pretty tired. Get some food and come back. So, see you on the other side. Alright, we are back and we have a cup of tea. Excellent. Lovely jubbly. Right, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Right, December 2022, we're getting there. We're in 2023 now. World peace inhibitors. What's inhibiting / potentially stopping world peace, or however close we can get to it, in 2 words. So this is a short note. Tribalism, consumption. Really should be 4 words, so we're doubling it already. Negative tribalism, and excessive consumption. Stop auto-correcting. Positive tribalism, being all sentience. So the questions are, what is excessive? Don't know why I put an I in there. What is excessive? What is reasonable? What is not enough? And I don't know why I didn't, it really should be 3. I don't know why I didn't do contribution. It'd be insufficient contribution. What is reasonable? What is not enough? Yeah, okay, that'll do. So I can delete that one. And another one from December 2022. We are steadily working our way through, and there's not too many left, I don't think. A belief in free will facilitates egotism, superiority / insecurity complexes, and entitlement or reduced self-worth, and the associated coping mechanisms are usually mostly consumptive, as encouraged by the capitalist system, which then have an array of negative butterfly effects, ultimately leading to shortened lives, truncated, I like that word, maybe not in relation to life though, more suffering and reduced existence of sentience. Stop auto-incorrecting, please. Recognizing our lack of free will allows us to move away from blame and credit and move towards a more empathetic and egalitarian way of life. As with any tool, it can also function as a weapon. Hiya! And be used for both good or bad. Some people might use a knowledge of a lack of free will as a way to try and justify or ease guilt about doing negative things to either themselves or others. If used as a tool, however, it can facilitate world peace. One day I'll learn how to type. But if used as a weapon, it can instead facilitate division and suffering. The key then is to explain how using it as a weapon will ultimately negatively impact those who would use it as such, though they may benefit from doing so depending upon what they do. I mean, maybe rather than world peace, which sounds cheesy as hell, should just consistently aim to reduce kind of serious suffering. I think we need a little bit of mild suffering, maybe like colds, stuff like that. Some minor stuff to help us, enjoy not having a cold. Not having something in our eye can help us feel better about it. Having something in our eye can help us feel better about when we don't have things in our eye. For example, good old relativity, but obviously serious suffering, it would be good to reduce. Okay, so I've deleted that. It doesn't delete off the list, and it's really bugging me. Because Makes it very hard when there's so many things on the list. Another one from December 2022. Contentment, compassion, contribution, consumption. Capitalism is an offshoot of feudalism, slightly improved in the fact that more people have more access to creating their own baronships, baronships/empires, and therefore gaining more freedom/autonomy. But due to the way wealth and power work, it still means people born to certain families/circumstances will have much higher chances of doing so than others. Also, the creation of a baronship/empire/franchise, whatever you want to call it, can deprive others of freedom/autonomy. One person's freedom is another person's slavery. Though conditions are often not as bad as slavery back in the day, thankfully, at least. Which I might have mentioned before, but if not, I think that's an interesting kind of dynamic, that as the people towards the bottom end of this kind of socio-economic spectrum, and therefore the ones that have less and less autonomy and freedom, as their working conditions improve, they're less motivated for change. So it's kind of like a chemical reaction going towards equilibrium. The rate of change decreases as you get closer and closer, or at least my limited knowledge of chemistry. That is how it happens. And I think it's kind of like a similar way to the way kind of society works. You know, someone who was in slavery back in the day is much more motivated to kind of change things than someone who's in kind of modern day slavery. At least in the sense of modern day slavery, as in the ones that have very little to no autonomy or freedom, but at least on, you know, whipped or whatever. Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, I think. Philosophy of chill. Blame is the root, or at least one of the roots of negativity. Blame can facilitate anger and division, and grudges as well. Just add that myself right now. Superiority / insecurity, complexes, being others, once again can facilitate anger, entitlement. Superiority. Oh, okay, so I was wondering what the hell I was on about then. Being others as in another root of negativity. Being another. Makes more sense. Although I guess there is multiple there, so it could be others. Once again, facilitate anger, entitlement, jealousy, etc., and division. Whether we're better or worse than someone else at something is entirely down to luck, as is everything else. Another note down. Let's go. Another note down. And it is rusting in there. I don't need to design this notes out, but it's a pain in the ass. Like, you delete it, which you have to go into twice to delete, and then even then it still appears in the list for a little while until I think you have to go out of the app and back into it. Anyway, I digress. Oh, that's a big jump. I must have not done anything from World Peace for a long while. March 2023, let's go. World Peace through the lens. I probably by that point thought I've pretty much said everything about a million times as it is. Familiarity. World Peace through the lens of similarity and familiarity. Tendency to facilitate more peace between those that are more similar / familiar. Less unpredictability from a gene perspective. More likely to have more of the same genes, the selfish genes. So this must have been around the time I read that book by Richard Hawkins. Look for the commonalities, which from what I remember is a decent book. Between us, emphasis on similarity and therefore familiarity, but also need to look for the positives in differences, because it's less boring and more diverse, more tolerance / acceptance of differences, at the least a reduction in importance of said differences, so that they don't warrant a negative reaction. But yeah, again with the tolerance, do we tolerate intolerance? To what extent? Not at all. So if so, to what extent? Depends on how strong the intolerance is. Drinking a hot drink when it's this warm is not a wise decision. Whew. So there's a potential issue. What to do? I really need to start reading ahead. What to do about intolerance? If we tolerate intolerance too much, we might allow it to proliferate. But if we're intolerant of intolerance, then that could lead to situations that aren't conducive to peace either. Click v click. Tribalism. So I guess we'll just chuck that here. So yeah, do we tolerate intolerance? And if so, to what extent? Key comes down to the above again. Emphasizing similarities to facilitate familiarity. Yeah, because sometimes familiarity trumps similarity. For example, I'm pretty sure I already mentioned this in this very video at some point, but some people, you know, if they have racist tendencies, might have a pet that they like, and obviously similarity in terms of genes means that people are closer than whatever the pet might be. Yet they would, you know, they love their pet, maybe, at least relative to the person or persons that they direct said racism towards. So yeah, interesting kind of dynamic between similarity and familiarity as well. Where did I get up to? Familiarity. To facilitate familiarity. Yeah, okay. And seek positives in the differences. What to do if intolerance still persists even after doing that. I don't know. Depends on how bad the intolerance is, what they're intending to do about it. Similarity slash familiarity is essentially perception slash compassion.
Who are you talking to?
Bloody hell, you scared the crap out of me. Jesus, Mum.
Sorry.
Oh my God. Right, we're back. After Mum just scared the bejesus out of us. So watch the video, but I was just standing in the doorway. Like, creepily standing in the doorway for ages. Oh my God. Ah dear. I was in the zone as well. I was in A zone, I don't know about the zone. Let's continue. Perception slash similarity and familiarity is essentially perception slash compassion. Or down to it. The other key elements are contribution and consumption, as talked about many times already. Resource availability slash usage. Okay. But yeah, when it comes to intolerance, like let's say intolerance, e.g. racism, the roots of that tend to be either a lack of familiarity, or like fear of unpredictability of people who are less similar or perceived to be less similar. Or some kind of superiority complex, which, as I say, philosophy of chill can help with. Although even if we believe everything is entirely based on luck, we could still, if we are so inclined, consider ourselves superior to others. It's just everything's based on luck. But yeah, it's a tool that could help with it at least, potentially. But yeah, they're kind of a few of the roots anyway. There might be some more that's just off the top of my head. Like. Right. Where did they get up to? Oops. April 2023. What are the questions we should ask in order to try and facilitate world peace? First question should be, what are the questions we should ask? What are the roots of contribution, consumption, and compassion? Well, the first one, I've added in a later note for sure, is what do we mean by world peace? Is it possible to achieve? If not, how close can we get? So yeah, let's go back to this. Well, the roots of contribution, consumption, and compassion, the 3 C's. Consumption. Life requires it. Contentment. Discontentment. Social norms. Keeping up with the Joneses. Values and how they relate. So you guess could have social status within that, which obviously links to contentment and discontentment, values and how they relate to biological drivers, e.g. relationships, procreation, showing resources may facilitate this. By which I mean that if you're able to show that you have plenty of resources available, I mean, a lot of other animals do this, I think, as well, can be a way of attracting a mate. Like some birds do dances and crazy stuff and have all kind of bonkers plumage and stuff, and it's just kind of a way of showing, you know, I've got so many resources, I can afford to spend it doing all this stuff rather than just seeking food and whatnot. Obviously, people have other things, I guess body piercings, tattoos and stuff are kind of the person plumage, human plumage. That may not be the only reason, of course. Capitalism, profit motive, addiction, seeking new experiences, though not necessarily, depends on what said experiences are. And that's as far as I got with that note. So I only really covered a little bit on consumption by the look of it. So what can we do with contribution? Sense of community, sense of obligation maybe, a desire to have a positive impact. For some people it's money. There'll be quite a lot more of those. And then compassion would be familiarity, similarity, and then perception. And ability to live. Some kind of balance between the self / others. By which I mean being as we need to consume at least some in order to live, then we have to kind of, and that takes away time and energy from other people. There is some kind of balance to be struck there. Okay, so maybe come back to that in the future and try and come up with some more stuff, but I think that's yeah, I have to think a bit more on that. So May 2023, what drives contentment? What drives discontent? Community and relationships, autonomy and freedom. I guess this kind of applies to contribution. Health, safety, security, health slash well-being, sense of purpose, sense of net contribution, creating, growing, maintaining, having fun, playing. Yes, I guess this kind of feeds into the contribution. Obviously, people who feel like they're more belonging within a community are more likely to contribute more, have stronger relationships, are more likely to contribute more, have that autonomy and freedom, which links in with health and well-being, as do the other ones. Health, well-being and energy. Yeah, all those kind of link into contribution. So I unintentionally linked two notes from a month apart there. But that works out alright. Let's get rid of that one then. July 2023. Another C. Foster. Cultivate. Curiosity. Curiosity. Ooh. Equals intrinsic motivation. Intrinsic motivation. Okay, so this links in with the contribution as well. That's quite nice. Intrinsic tends to be better / more potent than extrinsic, e.g. money, unless the extrinsic is extreme, e.g. an authority figure will shoot you, but only after they shoot. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Your dog / family, if you don't do X. Well, put a nice happy one there. Well, at least I've realised. Jeez. School system currently crushes curiosity. A lot of work often also crushes curiosity, or has no need for it. So yeah, intrinsic motivation is the kind of one to aim for, really. And yeah, that links in with the contribution as well as contentment. They all kind of intertwine somewhat. What's this then? July 2023. Remember, capitalists, one of the best ways of upping consumption is to jack up destruction, wars, vandalism, sickness, disease, etc., or to cultivate addictions. Though a bit too much will destabilize the system too much and or kill people. And dead people tend not to consume too much. Obviously that's true, but at the same time there's obviously a lot of people who would consider themselves capitalists who don't want any of this stuff. Maybe even all of them, although some people obviously make a lot of money from this kind of thing. And a lot of capitalists will be perfectly fine with some minor addictions, I would say. As long as the minor addictions don't cause said people to stop buying their products or using their services. That's It's all about maximizing profits, what? So addiction is great. As long as the turnover of your customers isn't too high. Well, if there's people to replace them, then that's all good, isn't it? Yes. July 2023 again. How work creates more work. How deprived freedom deprives freedom. Tired from working loads of hours. Not enough energy to cook, so order takeaway. Essentially, tiredness facilitates more reliance upon convenience. I saw that spelling thing in a moment. And one person's convenience is another's inconvenience, or at least often, which is deprived time and energy. Now I saw the spelling. Not saying there's anything particularly wrong with getting a takeaway once in a while. Of course, just an example. How it kind of fuels itself. We're taking a bit of a jump here to November 2023. How do hierarchies affect well-being? For all along the spectrum, not just those at the bottom. What impact does this have on freedom / autonomy and world peace? Asymmetry of power / autonomy. And that was all that note was. But I'm pretty sure I mentioned that before about hierarchies tend to lead to stress at both ends. At the upper end, you've got the kind of extra responsibility. And at the lower end, obviously, you've got the lack of power and autonomy of, how to kind of how a company would be run. You've got pretty much zero choice in anything, which obviously affects well-being, as well as the stress of the responsibility can affect well-being as well. So it's at both ends of the spectrum, but obviously at the top end, you've got the kind of autonomy to make decisions. So you've got that, which I think would help with well-being quite a lot. But as mentioned before, being at the top can facilitate entitlement and superiority complexes, and being at the bottom can facilitate insecurity complexes or inferiority complexes. So both of these things kind of, I think the whole dynamic kind of creates this division, which I don't think is very good. There was something else I was going to say, but I can't remember what that was. I think the nature of a lot of jobs as well, remembered now, means that because there's loads of micro decisions to be made, it can be, it can feed into kind of the people at the top's perception of those towards the bottom, and maybe the other way around as well, whereby because there's so many like micro decisions to be made, if you keep continually asking people who are towards the top of the hierarchy, how much of this do we need, how much of that do we need, when do we need this, when do we need that kind of thing, these answers might be quite obvious, or seemingly obvious to those that have the autonomy and authority to say what they want from it, basically. And I think this can kind of facilitate like a perception of the perception of entitlement and the perception of qualification, so they feel more qualified, more justified in their ability, kind of thing. I need to do a separate note on that because that was not a very good explanation, but hopefully that made some kind of sense. Like the micro decisions lead to potential for superiority complexes. And of course inferiority ones, because if you have to constantly ask someone in authority, then it basically undermines your own sense of autonomy as well. I appear to have lost my place here. Okay. There we go. Feb 2024. We are getting close now. Good self-worth, but not inflated to that of entitlement. Speaking of entitlement, superiority complex. Wait, hang on. I missed the thing. Goals to facilitate world peace. Engaging with life rather than using coping mechanisms in order to try and deal with dissatisfaction. Going back to the micro decisions thing, I don't think I explained that very well at all. Yeah, so if someone's lower down the hierarchy and have to keep going to someone who's higher up the hierarchy, who has the authority, and keep asking questions, then that can create this perception that person is up towards the top of the hierarchy, who does have the authority, that the other person is not very competent, and it has this kind of potential to kind of shift, so it kind of inflates their own sense of their own competence and also inflates the sense of the other person's incompetence. I think that's a better way of explaining it. Maybe I should come up with some like concrete examples rather than just like a kind of general micro decisions, but hopefully that makes sense and you can kind of think about it in your own place of work, because there's always those decisions where it's like, oh yeah, how much of something do we do, when do we do it, there's always these like little questions where they can be adjusted slightly, and if it doesn't go particularly right, then if you're at the lower end of the kind of hierarchy, then that can lead to problems for you, whereas if you're at the upper end of the hierarchy and something doesn't go particularly right, then it's kind of like, well, I have the authority to do the decision anyway, so depending on what it is, of course. But yeah, competency. I think it can distort people's perceptions of competency. Maybe I should write that down before I forget it. Micro decisions made within companies, coupled with a strict hierarchy, can facilitate distortions in people's perceptions of both their own and other people's competence, which in turn can facilitate superiority/inferiority complexes. There we go. And that was made today, which is May 2024. Right, now back to the other note, because I was kind of thinking about that whilst I was thinking about how bad of a job I did of explaining it whilst trying to write this at the same time. So yeah, the goal is to facilitate world peace, engaging with life rather than using coping mechanisms in order to try and deal with dissatisfaction, as coping mechanisms tend to be highly consumptive, as these are the most encouraged / facilitated by the current system, since they generate the most profit. What are the causes of low self-worth, inflated self-worth, and dissatisfaction? Well, as just mentioned, a hierarchical system is one of the causes. Resource disparity, power, which is freedom, disparity, fueled and maintained by hierarchy, wealth / economic disparity, gain fueled / maintained by hierarchy, fueled double L. Yeah, that looks better. Attribute. I don't know if I've spelled a single word right there. Attribute disparity. Appearance, intelligence, physicality, fitness, etc. I guess personality. Add that in there as well. Awesome. So delete that bad boy. And we've got another March 2024. I'm absolutely cooking. Building familiarity is key. Unfamiliarity equals unpredictability, at least relative to familiarity. And unpredictability equals higher potential for danger, potentially. Again, relative to predictability. So one of the root causes of conflict / prejudice, etc., is really to do with survival, since higher familiarity leads to higher predictability. Just check my blood sugars. Let's quickly shoot up. Just for one moment. Right. Since higher familiarity leads to higher predictability, or tends to, leads to higher likelihood of safety, racism, at least in some cases, is or in part, a survival strategy, or a distorted one. And if the racism comes from a point of superiority complex, then it's a form of protection for the ego. So another type of survival strategy for the ego. Kill hatred with kindness. but be wary of kindness being taken for weakness. Again with the Dilated Peoples. Good song. Let's get rid of that one as well. March 2024. Philosophy of Chill. Facilitates forgiveness. Facilitates healing from blame / grudges, whether directed against others or the self. And inferiority, security complexes. On the flip side, facilitates healing from pride, entitlement, and superiority complexes. March 2024 again. Control is an illusion because we're not in control of our control. Or we're not in control of our control, apparently. And whatever extent we are in control of our control is out of our control. This is the philosophy of chill. Peace, facilitate forgiveness of self and others. It's quite a long note. Let's just make sure it's relevant, because I seem to have cut it in half. Let's just write it anyway. I think it is. At least some of it should be relevant, hopefully. So it's about wages, apparently. Base wage for time, energy, calculated on estimate based on family lifespan, such potential health issues, etc. Bonus for risk, so it's risk compensation. Bonus for monotony / other factors that affect quality of life. Quality of life. Degradation compensation. Risk to quality and therefore length of life. Bonus if society is in need of more X. So it's an urgency vacancy bonus. Societal necessity bonus. What should these bonuses be? Difficulty is that these things are variable and also vary from person to person. Risk changes, and some people might thrive off risk or certain risks. Some people can type and some can't. Some people might not be as affected by monotony as others, etc. Should impact be factored into wages? Problem with impact is that it allows for a significant bonus relative to those doing the labour intensive work at the bottom of the hierarchy. Much like the system we have at the moment, with everything being based entirely on luck, it seems a lot more unfair than the other metrics, by which I mean time and energy, etc. Also, the impact is a significant reward in itself. One of the main issues is that society encourages us to burn through tons of resources, so as soon as that's available to people in the form of high income, they tend to gravitate towards doing this. And the other thing done with excess money is invest, which has positive connotations but essentially dictates to others what work is available to them. So investment is a form of control and power over others. And this is the asterisk. What was the asterisk for? Also, the impact is a significant reward in itself. We should remember to factor in the fact that money, an extrinsic reward, let's shift this out of the way. We should remember to factor in the fact that money, which is an extrinsic reward, undermines / degrades intrinsic reward, the feel-good factor for doing something worthwhile out of kindness, integrity, strength of character, etc. For example, if a doctor was paid 10 mil a year, intentions would be questioned by others and also by, most probably by the self. Why am I actually doing this? Is it for the good or for the money or both, but to what extent of which? What's going on here? Because I'm sure I didn't use... No, so let's just keep going. 2 asterisks. Sense of strength of character can also come from not only doing good, but also suffering hardships in order to provide necessities / luxuries. A form of self-sacrifice. That said, the former is a more positive way to achieve strength of character, doing good without necessarily needing to suffer / face hardship. I put the 2 asterisks there for bonus for risk compensation, I see, and for monotony and other factors that affect quality of life. Yeah. Okay. Our decisions on what metrics to use / how much weight we give to them should also factor in that everything is based entirely upon luck. Philosophy of chill. What about passive income? Enough to mitigate depreciation via inflation. Otherwise, earnings or savings become less valuable over time relative to costs. But this is the other main issue with the current system. And the one that facilitates the exponentially increasing disparity of those with the most v least in terms of wealth, freedom, autonomy, etc. And then I've put a note of this. Put at the start. Put at the start. 3 things to keep in mind when doing this. 1, I already mentioned that, everything is based entirely on luck. 2, let's actually separate these. The dynamic between extrinsic and intrinsic rewards. And 3, this won't be a perfect system. We're just looking for one that's better than the one we have now, that has a vast, exponentially growing disparity between those earning the most to least. I should really put the earning in inverted commas. So what do we mean by earning? Is it earning to receive a crap ton of passive income? You could say that you've earned it in terms of the time and energy you've spent or directed, depending on what word you want to use, in order to develop the funds, in order to develop the passive income. But, you know, if it's exponentially growing passive income, or even just growing passive income, is that earned? Which is why I think these things are pretty. So you get a base wage for the time and energy calculated. Yeah, because if you had someone who had some kind of health problem which made them tend to live roughly half the kind of lifespan of most other people, then they would earn twice the amount of money. Obviously that's a very simplistic example. But yeah, it does get a bit tricky with these things. But I think that's a decent blueprint for a more kind of effective wage system. But what do I know? Within the same note, we've got blueprint for world peace. Speaking of blueprints, contribution, consumption, and sphere of the usual sphere of care / compassion, circle of care. What levels of each are healthy versus unhealthy? what do / can we do? Tolerance, hate, anger, sadism, and the power / wealth hungry. And as I'm pretty sure I already said, certain things like anger can be used positively, depends on how they're kind of channeled. Anger is a pretty good source of energy. Anger at injustice, that's usually pretty well, can be good in the long run, usually ends up not too great in the short term, depending on what is done. And maybe hungry is / addicted. Kill hatred / tolerance with kindness. How do we stop kindness being taken for weakness? Note intolerance / anger aren't. I've already put that. Necessarily bad. Intolerance of intolerance. Anger about injustices. And I still haven't learned to read ahead of my notes. Okay. Delete. April 2024. Philosophy of chill and the punishment paradigm. Sounds almost like a Harry Potter book. How philosophy of chill facilitates a movement away from punishment for the sake of punishment, or punishment as revenge towards punishment only as to keep others safe if required by the nature of the reaction or reactions that has / have caused said punishment to be discussed / enacted and reacted in the first place. Or in other words, negative punishment leads to punishment only in the sense that freedom may be deprived in order to protect / safeguard others. Due to some kind of mental illness, whether genetically and or environmentally induced. Of course, that's not perfect because it depends on our perception, doesn't it? It might be that someone is completely safe. But the world is a messy place. Also on rewards, since rewarding often involves punishing others, e.g. large monetary rewards facilitate resource disparity and therefore social division, and also facilitate higher levels of consumption, which demand more time and energy to be taken from others in order to provide for. Once again, April 2024. What can we do about intolerance? What about intolerance that's immune to kindness or seeks to take advantage of kindness, considers it a sign of weakness? Still no answers on that one. I think kindness is the best way, but I think that would probably get rid of most of it. Did I drink all my tea? No, I didn't. Lovely jubbly. So, is world peace possible? Unlikely, because would have to cure any mental illness whereby a symptom involves directing a significant amount of negativity towards someone else. Come up with a consensus. Requires coming up with a consensus of what amount of negativity constitutes crossing the threshold out of world peace. Depending on our definition of world peace, be able to control the predator-prey dynamic without suffering to either party or significant suffering to either party, and ensure that a lack of significant or severe suffering now doesn't lead to suffering in the future. E.g., once prey animals now proliferating to the point of habitat destruction / destabilization of the ecosystem due to no longer being prey, and then essentially we'd have to take control of reproduction, which is very, very messy. Right. April. Obviously, world peace in the context of just people is a lot easier than entire sentience. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't strive for it. What? Who knows what the future may hold? The problems with the current system, among others, are that it paints a picture of what success is, a good life is. And that picture tends to involve a ton of consumption. So it encourages / facilitates consumption. One of these days I'll have to spell that. Facilitate consumption. What in... okay, cool. I accidentally hit insert. Because a lot, perhaps most jobs are monotonous and involve little to no autonomy, people work under the thumb/boot of the person/people with the autonomy. It's highly hierarchical. It encourages the idea of retiring as early as possible, likely, though not necessarily meaning reduced contribution. Obviously depends on what a person does when retired. But yeah, that's something I don't know if... What the hell? I think that might be the first time I mentioned that during this video. Potentially. But that's part of the kind of paint the picture of success is, you know, retiring really early and living life, consuming and doing whatever we want. But it all depends on the kind of picture that people have in their minds of what success is and what their kind of aspirations are. April 2024. You'd think I'd remember this, being as this was only last month, but yeah. To try and solve world peace in regards to other animals as well as humans involves trying to sort out the predator-prey paradigm. PPP, which is not easy. Good on me. Me. How would we manually regulate populations so that they don't either take over or go extinct? At the moment, it seems like we can't even regulate our own population, though mainly consumption as to population, never mind other species as well. And regulation would involve some level of suffering, since it would likely involve not allowing certain animals to have kids when they might otherwise want to. Also, some some mild suffering needed in order to enjoy the lack of suffering. The problem of relativity, in which case, how much and to what extent? I mean, do you even need mild suffering if you have a practice of gratitude, maybe? Maybe we could look to even get rid of things like colds. As long as we kind of remind ourselves of what we're grateful for, so we don't take things for granted. Maybe we don't. But then again, if we've literally never experienced a cold, I mean, we'll still have a variance in terms of energy levels and how we feel to some extent, so we will still have that kind of relativity there. But yeah, I guess the worse the suffering to a point means that there's a bigger gap between the when we're feeling good, and therefore maybe that means that when we feel good we feel even better than we would have if we hadn't suffered that much. But yeah, about to drop that. Still think taking the bottom end of the suffering spectrum off is probably a relatively good goal to have. The answer to which would likely be unique to the individual. Cool. Another note down. Do 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 do. And we got, speaking of gratitude, gratitude is important for well-being, both of the individual, but also of society, since gratitude of things we have has the potential to inhibit too much more consumption, as well as just generally helping with well-being. Burning through resources. On that flip side, if we take things for granted, and we're more likely to seek more and more stuff to try and satisfy our lack of contentment from what we have. Okay. That was just a shopping list, or a to-do list, which included this video on world peace, and also to buy some tempeh. So, nice little reminder there. Thank you, past me. And now we're into May. We're into this month that we're currently in right this moment. So there's definitely not too many more notes left. Main world problems. Aspirations for lifestyles that burn through shitloads of resources. / aspirations of highly demanding lifestyles. Big house, pool, lots of cars, lots of holidays abroad, etc. Episode of Cribs. I do wonder if that's still going. American Dream, etc. Lots of investing. Aspirations. I realise with investing, you can invest in areas that, maybe are very good, such as like renewable energy and all that jazz. But yeah, it's still disempowering people in the sense of it's still dictating what work's available, rather than kind of, and it's also still it's fueling growth as well, which obviously has its own problems, rather than kind of, if we try and seek to just reduce the workload and then people can choose where they want to kind of direct their time and energy. But yeah, I think I already spoke about investing anyway, so let's continue onwards, shall we? Aspirations to contribute less, which is retirement / early retirement. Again, depending upon what the plans are within that. Former could be in part due to a want for respect from others, maybe caused by poor self-worth, or by entitlements, superiority / insecurity complexes. Latter is in part a coping mechanism developed, often a coping mechanism developed in part due to, in part often developed due to the current work paradigm, monotonous, lack of autonomy, freedom, and degradation of self-worth due to a strict hierarchy. Again, what level contribution versus consumption is reasonable? What level of supply versus demand? Output versus input? Giving versus taking? How can we facilitate a better balance between the two within the system in terms of education and the workplace, in terms of the butterfly effects of each, though it's difficult / maybe impossible to account for most / all of these. What facilitates high contribution? What facilitates low contribution and low demand and high demand? High demand, power, fame, fortune, fear of missing out, comparing our lives with others in certain ways, entitlement / superiority complexes, insecurity complexes, using demand as a coping. My forearm is killing from climbing. Using demand as a coping mechanism. Convenience. Anything that lowers the reactivation energy. Buying something, especially something resource intensive or intense. Subsidies, again for things that are especially resource intensive. This is all mainly from an individual perspective. So it's also important to consider the same kind of questions from a systemic perspective, e.g. efficiency of production lines, energy from source to destination, food, water, electric, gas products, services. Where can efficiency be improved? Does efficiency... It's so warm. Does efficiency in one area lead to inefficiency in another? Which one outweighs the other? E.g. compartmentalization. Effects on people's well-being, and the butterfly effects this causes, including potential extra consumption as a coping mechanism. What are the main drivers of society, and what are the pros and cons of each? Well, profit incentive, the pirate incentive, which is the improvement incentive, the II incentive. II captain. Alright, that's what I called that, the pirate incentive. Oh my god. That is interesting though. Some people obviously seek money and profit. And that is a very strong incentive for them, the extrinsic incentive there. Whereas this improvement incentive is more of an intrinsic motivation to improve society. Whereas the profit one is quite often there's an improvement as like a side effect of seeking profit. But obviously there's also a lot of negatives of seeking profit, and kind of the exponential, the attempt to exponentially grow, and also the problems with exponential resource disparity. Where do we get up to? Okay, so get rid of that one. We are extremely close now, guys. Extremely close. May 2024. In what ways do we encourage contribution in others, which is vicarious contribution? In what ways do we discourage it / encourage them to decrease it? In what ways do we encourage demand in others, vicarious consumption? In what ways do we discourage it / encourage them to decrease it? In what ways do we encourage people to increase their sphere of compassion? And this is where I actually started writing the circle of care, or GOC. In what ways do we discourage it / encourage people to decrease it? Tribalistic / definitive / stereotypical / divisive language usage. In what ways, oh my god, in what ways is the system efficient? Getting products / services from source to target, and then also from target back to some kind of usable material. And kind of recycling or whatnot, or reusability, logistics and all that. And in what ways is it inefficient? In what ways does efficiency in some areas lead to inefficiency in others? Comparts, yeah, mentalization. Finally, autocorrect doing us a solid there. And its impact on well-being. What's a balance that has a net benefit? What perspectives are we taking into account when we think about net benefit? Okay. Alright, 2024. Capitalism encourages mindless consumption / discourages conscientious consumption, because more consumption equals more profits. As already discussed, a system that does this doesn't last very long, since it will burn through resources much more quickly, which creates discontentment, toxicifies the environment. Messed that up. Toxicifies? That sounds like a word to me. So do you, OpenOffice? Which creates more discontentment, and facilitates desperation through a lack of resources / perceived lack of resources in the future, and desperation facilitates social division, and wars. Fear facilitates fights. Social division is tribalism, or negative tribalism. Negative tribalism. Yeah. Contribution relative to our capacity to contribute, and also depending to what degree we love our work or not, taking into account contentment. Consumption, again, taking into account contentment. And not just our own. Well, let me just make sure that the note doesn't cover this already, because I've done that so many times before. So let's finish this off. Sphere of compassion. circle of care. Again, taking into account contentment, e.g. if we tried to avoid killing insects, we might stay indoors a lot more. But doing so a lot might be worse for our own well-being. So it's just showing that it's kind of a bell curve of if you increase your sphere of compassion too much, then it can have negative problems, and of course having it too low also has problems of kind of, I guess, a feeling of isolation and lack of community and all that jazz, and is, well, I guess it is considered a mental health problem. So you could have, yes, both ends of this spectrum are kind of could be considered mental health problems, but again, how far along the spectrum? But yeah, what was I say about contribution relative to our capacity to contribute is also relative to other people's capacity to contribute, depending upon whether we want to. We would need a buffer for the people that can't contribute due to kind of some mental or physical illnesses. And it depends on our opinion on that, basically. Whether we'd only want to contribute enough to kind of make up for our own consumption, although whether we also want to, as I say, include a buffer for that. Include. I need a drink. Drink acquired. Right, I think it's the last one. Wait, hang on. Was that the last one? Well, it was the last one on this phone. And not including paper notes. And also some various other Word documents on the computer. But that will do for now, because that's already going to be extremely long, I imagine. And as I say, a lot of it's repeated. I wonder if we can do a word count for like the word contribution, for example. Contribution. Find all. Does it tell you how many there are? It doesn't. At least I can't see it. Anyway, there'll be a lot. Okay, let's get rid of that and bring that back up here. But yeah, at the very least, that's kind of an insight into, I guess, potentially some kind of mild OCD, or just I don't know. I just feel like I did this because I needed to try and contribute myself, and I didn't know what direction, what kind of I don't know what to do with myself, basically, in terms of work at the moment. At the moment I'm working part-time in retail, and it would be nice to find something that I feel like I'm contributing a bit more as well. So I guess this is kind of one of the reasons why I've done this. I really tried to kind of boil it down to its basics, because as I'm probably mentioned in the video, I think AI is going to, although it does have a potential for a lot of positives, also has a potential to increase the noise in the world, which could make it difficult to kind of discern what's real and what's not in a lot of cases in terms of news and things like that. So if we can boil these things down to the basics of contribution, consumption, compassion, and then facilitating the above, as well as whatever else I mentioned, the chain of supply and demand, then hopefully we can, continue to attempt to improve the world. Because there is a large room for improvement. Especially with the stuff that's going on at the moment. But yeah, I'm going to leave it there. Please do let me know your comments of anything. I imagine no one, including myself, would watch through the whole of this, unless it's kind of a mental health study. But if there's anything at all that didn't make sense or needs clarifying, or that you have your own opinion on, I'd be interested to hear it. And I hope you have a good rest of your day. Take care, everyone. Peace. World peace.